from Twitch. I thought they seem to be the most aggressive.
Already. I had a live stream 24/7. It was consistent for 3 years, and they pulled the plug on that channel. But I started a new one, and they kind of leave me alone because I don't have any subscribers. I just use it mostly to archive, and then it directly auto exports to my YouTube channel, which then bounces to BitChute and Odyssey. So I just use it as a cloud storage, basically.
Okay. All right, John, you got anything else before we talk to Tim about his video?
No, just be prepared for rain and other stuff too. They'll probably make the weather go wild.
Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't worry.
Okay.
Rainy days.
Yep.
All right.
You know, that climate change, right?
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you for taking my call tonight, and I'll talk to you another time.
All right. Take care, John the Beggar from the South Shore.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. So you got 11 people watching on your channel. Did you, so we were watching your video from Elba, and it didn't seem like anyone was really interested in talking about any of this.
No, the thing is, they were waiting at the door. There was a line to get in, and the signs were not going to be allowed. The Secret Service had a list of things that were banned. So I pretty much wouldn't have had any way to get someone to even engage if I had gone inside. So the only people I could possibly reach were those in the line. And not only were they not interested in engaging, but they were almost like as a team, huddling together and just saying, ignore, ignore. Like there was this effort to ignore me. One individual was complaining to the cops. And then I positioned myself outside where the shuttles were dropping people off. And I thereby ensured several dozen more people having to directly confront what I'm saying. And for the most part, the main response was laughing, like this, just sort of like trying to be dismissive.
And what is the official story, the official alternative story with regards to this? Because they did put it out there that it could have been fake after the event happened. And how were they managing that story? Were they saying that Trump staged it himself for sympathy? Or I can't remember anymore, or was the Democrats were saying it was staged? How
Yes.
does this...
That position is only coming from the left. The only people calling it fake are leftists trying to say that he did this PR stunt, cynically letting somebody die.
Right.
But then the Q crowd, the people who are still drinking the Kool-Aid, they believe that he faked it in order to preempt the deep state doing the real thing, if that makes any sense. It doesn't to me, but...
Oh, yeah, I get that. I remember that. So you were, because most people that have heard that was faked have heard it from the left, and that's why they were equating you as the enemy.
100%. They thought I was just some Kamala supporter trying to take away their martyr status, their president's martyr status. So they saw this through that lens. And one person said, I don't know why you're here around these Republicans. Somebody else was like, F Kamala. And, you know, I honestly, I'm not on any side here. I don't vote for crisis actors. I don't vote for operatives in a psychological warfare operation that is so vast that people can't even see it. I was only there not to wake people up. That was not my intention. I was there to illustrate to media skeptics that there is, in fact, a compartmentalized worldview, and that you can't access mainstream with unacknowledged concepts and ideas that haven't been filtered for them. That the only people you can possibly reach are conspiracy theorists. And the conspiracy theorists weren't really represented there. I didn't see any nonners.
No, you're with hardcore Trumpers. So okay, now now that explains their negative reaction towards what you were saying. They laughed at you, they insulted you, they basically told you to get lost. So
precisely. And I think that if this were perhaps maybe if it was a different venue, like this was on the edge of town, and there was no way for there to be any counter protesters like there was at the first event. And that's what I had imagined it was going to be. And if that was the case, then I guarantee, had I gone over to the leftist side, they would have said, oh yeah, of course he faked it. They would have no problem with that. But in no way would they see this as, wow, the media is deceptive. They would say Trump is deceptive. So again, even if they know the truth or they hear the truth, if they're coming from a foundation of lies, it doesn't even matter. Like the context is wrong.
And you hired a cameraman, and I'm just reading the comments here, so this is going to be your permanent cameraman guy. He did a pretty good job, I guess. Did he have a gimbal, by the way, with a stabilizer?
Yes, and he has access to drones. This person I'm working with is a professional documentary cinematographer, and he travels quite a bit. And I explained to him the general concept, and I've even elaborated on some of the documentaries that we want to do, and even the Auto Hoax conferences. He's happy to do all of it. So I thought this was an important step anyway, that the channel needs to have our production value up, because you heard the live stream. It was unlistenable. It was crackly and it was blurry. So I thought, why not just hire a professional in order to provide a solid backup? And then all of this can eventually end up likely in a documentary.
Was that because you were in a bad cellular area and it was just not connecting with the network properly?
Oh yeah, I was on the fringe, on the edge of town by the airport, and even then, the Uber couldn't get within 4 miles of the place. Like people were just abandoning their cars, like leave the world behind, and just walking. So I just walked 3.5 miles to the location, following behind people in garbage bags and orange vests and Trump flags, and just marched on up there with them with my sign. But it was a very tame crowd, as you saw, very sedated, in my opinion. Maybe because it was early in the morning, but I don't know.
Yeah, I see the sun coming up. It was very early, it looked like. So you were hours ahead of when it started then. Was it for 12 o'clock?
Oh yeah. I was there by 5:30ish a.m. and it was already packed. They had locked down. That whole side of the city was just a traffic jam. And there were tons of angry people trying to catch flights who couldn't make it because of them. But these were diehard MAGA Republicans. There were no QAnoners. There were no conspiracy theorists. There were no 4chaners, no Proud Boys. It was just run-of-the-mill MAGA. So I suggested that this is the MSM, the mainstream mediated, and I'm coming at this from the MSM minus. And there's a buffer between that. They have to go through conspiracies, through doubting mainstream enough to look into this other stuff. And nobody there was receptive to my messaging, as you saw.
Yeah, it was almost for a while looked kind of dangerous, just the way some of these people were. They're kind of slightly aggressive with you. They really don't want to see any opposition.
Yeah, and I was kind of baiting. I thought, they're not going to. I was like, let me go ahead and see if I can bait them into a response. And most of them just laughed as a group, like sheep, bah, and just kind of like huddled. It was
when you said that, I thought, I hope he knows what he's doing here, because you are baiting them for sure.
Some people suggested I shouldn't have called them sheep, but I think that's an accurate term, because we're describing a collectivist thought, people not even applying their own critical thinking or perception, and they're just accepting passively a steady flow of propaganda. That is by definition sheep-like behavior. And then I'm there with a contrarian opinion, and nobody could stand up as an individual and confront it and say, that's obvious BS. Nobody would. And that was kind of surprising to me. I've done counter protests, for example, Occupy Wall Street and climate change marches. And I've noticed that leftists are feral. They go wild. It's like The Walking Dead. You got to be careful.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. I agree with that. I was just watching Nick Shirley. There's a couple of these influencers I started watching just because I like that they're driving around the country interviewing people. I enjoy that kind of quote unquote journalism. And the guy was down in Philadelphia tonight because there's a Kamala rally at the Museum of Art. I guess it's sort of the main square of Philadelphia. I don't know Philadelphia that well. And they were getting angry, some of these, because he's a Trumper. He's a Trump influencer. So he lets it be known. And a couple of these people just get really aggressive. They were saying, you're probably going to edit this or cut it out. And they're just almost nasty about it.
Well, there's actually this entire methodology that has emerged probably since Steven Crowder, like pre-Trump even, where right-wingers realized that they could trigger emotional leftists and go viral. So they make a sport of it. Like, for example, Alex Stein got spat on at this leftist rally, and that made him go viral. So a lot of these individuals know it's a good marketing strategy. Look at Ann Coulter. Some guy tried to throw a pie in her face. They protested her events. And
yeah, you're right
it
about that.
it helps them.
Like here's an example.
Harder, they do the jobs nobody else wants to fucking do. So to deport them is ridiculous. Who's doing their jobs?
Hey, we
Nobody.
never said Mexicans. But what do you think
Nobody.
about
In actuality, the last time he was president, restaurants and all of the lower, slaughterhouses, the rest of them, they didn't have anybody to do the work because he deported everybody. So they had nobody to wash the dishes, to bust the tables.
Are you only saying immigrants are good to wash the dishes and bust the table?
No, but they come here and they're willing to work. They're willing to do the jobs that we won't do.
Okay. But like as far as like the way they come in, are you guys supportive of that for them just to cross
I
through
gotta
the
tell
border?
you, my relatives, my ancestors came in and
Anyway, they're sort of angry and mad. That's what I got out of it. They're just sort of just a very aggressive, the left ones, where the Trumpers are a little more passive.
Yeah, definitely. And the only place you see any kind of extremism on the MAGA side, it's the likely controlled opposition like Proud Boys, which are led by feds, the Fed boys. And you got the Patriot Front, feds. So there's this misrepresentation. I think generally they're all just normal Republicans, but they've been smeared. I think MAGA, the whole MAGA movement has been consistently smeared by the Q movement. Like maybe the QAnon PSYOP is a PSYOP in order to destroy the credibility of nationalism in America, because, and some commenter, Uki, says, they don't even seem like conservatives, and they're really not. They're kind of part of this cult of personality at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Smearing the nationalists, that makes a lot of sense. Nickel Trauma says, hey, the lefties are at least willing to debate. Well, they are in this case, in the Nick video. I don't know if Tim Osmond was they were walking pretty fast.
If I had gone to a leftist group and I had said nobody died at fill in the blank school shooting, they would not have debated me. They would have gone crazy. There's no, and I'm just saying, anybody who's in the MSM box, they will not even consider this media fakery angle. They don't even process it. The only people I believe we can reach are the people who've already veered into the conspiracy realm. And then on the left, the wokesters are the most married to big government and big media. They're never going to be reachable, in my opinion. They're even further down the, further from objective reality than the truthers.
Well, it's election eve. Do you have any predictions, or do you have any predictions of? Okay, go ahead. What do you got?
Because this is interesting. In the Batman movie, you have this election scene, and the Riddler sends his online extremists to blow up a dam, and they flood the polls. So Gotham's underwater on 11/6. This was during 2022 midterms. The GOP had a slogan, flood the polls. So you already have this overlap between Riddler and QAnon, and the Riddler's army, and attacking the elections. And again, the Riddler's just full of allusions to the right wing. The Q thing, he uses a weapon called a Tucker, like Tucker Carlson. He's an online radical with a mask. So you have this Batman and Penguin movie correlation to November the 5th and the election being attacked. But then on top of it, you have Guy Fawkes. So 11/5 is Guy Fawkes Day, and the movie V for Vendetta popularized that mask that QAnon wears, that anonymous members wear. So the right-wing Anon online activist group have been connected to November the 5th through Guy Fawkes' visage. And the movie V for Vendetta predicted 2020's lockdowns. So we have two examples of movies with predictive programming that have specific references to November the 5th and right-wing activists or some representation of right-wing terror taking out some kind of government building or doing some kind of an attack during an election on the 5th. So I'm looking at tomorrow as being, and then one more thing. In Atlanta, they're doing these cyber attack tabletop exercises tomorrow. And then I guess one more thing I can add is the #1 movie on Amazon, Canary Black, has this Putin-like villain launching a digital nuke. So there's a lot adding up to November the 5th being some kind of a right-wing disruption.
So does that mean there will be no decision after tomorrow night, or late into tomorrow night, or even for the whole month of November?
Now that's an interesting question. because is that the intent here? Because I'm basing this not on analysis of the political landscape, but on predictive programming. And you got movies like Civil War, where you've got the Trump character in the White House, but the nation is split over it, and they send in the other side to take him out. So it looks like it's, by the predictive programming, it looks like it would be a disaster, some kind of major disruption, like perhaps this blackout scenario from Leave the World Behind could be tomorrow. But anyway, November the 5th is just, it's too well connected to all these things to be dismissed as like a target date.
Drudge doesn't like Trump, it looks like, over here.
Yeah, Drudge has been in this hate affair, Trump deranged syndrome state since like 2020, and they're always getting.
Is that right? Okay, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, they were purchased. I don't know who bought them, but Matt Drudge's site went from being the place to find all the top headlines from a conservative or a right-wing perspective to basically bashing Trump incessantly.
Okay, so that explains that. I didn't realize that. I thought it was just more of a headline thing. So it's totally sold out to the left side then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so not going to get any news over there because they're already saying that the Trump rallies are half empty, but I don't think that's right. That doesn't seem right at all. But it doesn't even matter in the end because the electors decide whoever they want to send to Washington, as far as I know.
Right. Well, the where I'm getting, I mean, my different feeds are just they keep throwing up this idea like that there's some kind of compromise, that they're going to play 2020's playbook all over again, that it's going to be a sore loser situation if somebody loses. But whatever the case, based on the whole body of predictive programming, I don't see how Trump loses, because then he would not have the same relevance to the bigger story. He would just fade. And I don't know if that's what they're doing right now with him. I think that would almost, not that it would be unheard of, I guess, for them to provide some disappointing end, but predictive programming has consistently connected Trump with the scenario of the West sinking, some kind of nuke on the West Coast, and this head wound scenario, which we predicted the shooting. And I don't know if you saw this, but in the movie Machete, you have Robert De Niro playing this senator who is pretty much anti-immigrant, and he's ranting about immigrants, and then he gets shot, just like Trump was. Well, interestingly, the shooter was shot at the same time because he was a patsy. And I didn't see the whole clip until last night, but he was shot in the ear.
What year is Machete?
2010.
Okay.
And that's just one of dozens of examples. We have so many examples of the Trump shooting scenario, but it seems like the culmination of Trump's character has to do with some kind of very significant thing, not just the nick on the ear, but something much more significant that is meant to convey some kind of like, I guess some kind of like a 9/11, you could say, like a 9/11ing of America. Like the George Floyd footage, very incendiary. I think that there's some kind of opening where they're going to do something similar, because the ear wound wasn't it.
Okay. I like this graphic here from your Twitter feed. That's a good one.
The auto hoax chainsaw.
Yeah.
Clear cutting the forest of misinformation.
Yeah, that's very good. Did you type that into AI to get it to do that?
Yeah, that one's Grok. So if you have the paid version of Twitter, you click on Grok, and it's one of the best image generators as far as font and lettering goes. Because all these, there's misspellings on all the other ones, but Grok is actually pretty good.
Did you spell it? Well, it said auto hoax oilogy. So I guess maybe there's a typo in there.
Yeah, sometimes it gives me misspellings, but I think it's like, well, I mean, how well do you expect the penguins to spell? But I've been using this type of imagery just to convey the fact that the truther movement and alt media has always focused on the fake trees in the forest, and they never realized that the entire forest is fake, that all the big stories are fake. So I'm saying, no, we just got to clear cut it, and if we run into a real tree, we'll let you know. But we haven't yet.
I'm on the paid X
Okay.
So Grok is over here.
Yeah, Grok will be over there, and then type in probably, let's see
Okay.
here.
What could we type in?
I would type in, how about this? President Trump smears ketchup on his ear.
Okay. Let's see what it does.
Grok is the least censored. On 9/11, I was trying to do this image of upside down pants on fire, looking like Twin Towers on the skyline, and it wouldn't let me do it. I had to really work with it to get the imagery I wanted, and it wasn't close. Grok doesn't care.
Oh, Grok wouldn't let me do that.
Okay, how about this one? Blonde-haired, slick businessman with orange... No, just to put blonde-haired businessman smears ketchup on his ear.
Okay. Ketchup.
They put guardrails in. They guardrailed the AI so that we can't unleash our imaginations. They want to constrict that. It's fascinating to watch this because they're using cyberspace to manage our inner space. You know, there's this.
Can't do that either.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's strange. That's very weird. Like, why would they block that? Okay, how about this one?
And it brings up the Trump image underneath.
Wow. So they blocked it. So how did they block that? They blocked anyone creating imagery mocking that event? Okay.
To those that might flag this as a violent photo, that's ketchup on his face. Okay. So these are some tweets or some X posts that come up under the unfortunately I can't generate that image. Isn't that interesting?
Hey, what do you think about what LG Rhythm says? The fakery's been designed on purpose for us to see. That's something I've heard from a lot of people over the years, that they're letting us know, they're showing us. And I'm like,
well, they're not. None of the Trump people you talk to have any clue what that's going on. So if it's for us, I kind of doubt it because it's not reaching the masses.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, no, it's obvious to those of us who are paying attention, but I've not encountered one single person in my life who's like, wow, everything's fake. It's never happened. It's never even come up in a conversation. Nobody's ever noticed any fakery, in my opinion. But when you see it and you pay attention, it's obvious. But it's not obvious to those who aren't paying attention. And the reason why is simply this. News consumers of mainstream and alternative are passive. They're passively absorbing it. They're pretty much hypnotic. What we're doing is active, which means we are parsing the information actively through skepticism and suspension of judgment. They don't have that suspension. They don't put the brakes on it. They're just an open portal to MSM programming. So in no way do they process anything as fake. In fact, I think the media and the entertainment merge real and fake, so people cease to distinguish anyway.
Okay, let's see if this one works. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, this is as close as I can get.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Okay, that's interesting.
Well, you know, what's interesting too is I was referencing that Machete video where he gets shot in the ear after shooting the Trump-like guy. And Robert De Niro has represented Trump so many examples of predictive programming. But when I went to that video, a lot of people in the comments were like, this was Trump's point of view 20 minutes ago. Others are saying, wow, so many similarities. So non-auto hoaxers, non-conspiracy theorists, just random people saw the Trump event and their immediate association was the predictive programming, not just some random movie, because it was specific in its references to what was going to happen to Trump, the speech, the ear wound. But Robert De Niro himself in the Joker is killed by the Joker, who is based on Travis Bickle, who was played by De Niro, the character that inspired the assassin to shoot Reagan. So anyway, it's a closed loop looking at a story here, bottom line, but the predictive programming stuff is just unbelievably conclusive to me. I mean, it's just conclusive. To me, this is evidence of fakery.
Yeah, this is the Robert De Niro with red paint on his ear that I generated. So it's not bad. It's pretty realistic looking. I like it.
Yep. But my
cases, yeah, we deserve better psyops.
Well, my point is, though, if random people are making that association, then you have to admit the programming works. That their immediate frame of reference what is immediately recalled from the memory is a movie they saw 14 years before. That's how long ago it was. And so I think this is part of their programming, where they know how your memory will store information. Real and fake goes in the same filing cabinet. And that's called the misinformation effect, where they're able to basically alter your recollection by conflating it with more recent representations of it. I just think we're looking at mass mind control through programming, and we have clear examples of it working every day.
Well, X does allow tweets about the staged assassination with Trump, that's for sure.
Yeah, the guardrailing thing is new, and that word guardrail, like before I use guardrails to describe the narratives that keep people from calling things fake. That was my definition of guardrails. These are narratives that prevent you from getting off the mainstream, to keep you on that road, and to prevent you from getting off and coming to your own conclusions. Well, in the last 2 years or 3 years, the word guardrails has been totally appropriated, and it always has to now relate to AI and the need to control what it creates on our behalf. So they had to put guardrails in there. And this started when somebody made an image of Mickey Mouse hijacking a plane and crashing into the Twin Towers. And they said, this is just too far. And they basically lobotomized Dolly. And I was like, this is insane. You're going to penalize all of us because of what one person created? But they made that the basis for, we've got to control this, which is fascinating, because they're trying to put a leash on, I think, imagination in a sense.
This is the Twitter video that has 3.1 million views. Maybe this is the predominant view that affected your dealings at the in Albuquerque.
It's a false flag.
False flag.
Yeah, false flag.
Somebody died and 2 people injured. What do you think about that?
False flag.
False flag.
I thought it was magnificently staged. It was professionally done. It almost looked real.
Wait. Staged by who?
Oh, by Mr. Trump, of course.
I think this whole thing is staged.
You think it was staged?
Yeah.
It depends on everybody's view. Yeah.
View of the assassination attempt? What do you think? Does it kind of depend on where you're standing, whether or not you agree with the assassination attempt or disagree with it?
I just don't see that being the truth, but that's I'd rather just not make any comment.
Really quick, what are you talking about the truth? What do you mean? Oh, you just don't believe it was an assassination attempt?
No.
Please don't.
No.
We're so anti-Trump. I don't even want to.
Was it a bad thing, though? Was it a bad thing? Would you condemn it?
Oh, that he got shot at? Of course.
Yeah, you never do that.
Of course, you don't do that.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, that's really bad. Yeah, exactly. You don't do that. Was it staged? Probably.
Staged?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think Trump maybe staged a fake assassination for support?
Wow, they won't even say it.
And that resulted in somebody dying and other people being critically injured?
I haven't seen the news today. I'm not here for the news. I haven't seen anything. I'm on vacation.
So you just thought it was fake?
Of course.
One person died in the crowd, 2 critically injured. What happened there?
Small price. It wouldn't matter to Trump. Do you think he cares if people die for him to be elected? That doesn't mean anything to Trump.
Now, staged from whose side? Do you think Donald Trump staged it for attention?
Could be, or it could be the other side trying to make a scene or something. But I don't. The fact that they only got his ear and he stood up and said America. I don't. Come on.
Right.
It doesn't feel normal.
What is our evidence for suggesting that it was a fake assassination attempt?
I think that he walked away alive with perhaps a scratch on his ear.
Yeah, it grazed his ear.
Yeah. Of course, behind the scenes, that was all fabricated. So no way, they put a little scratch on his ear, threw a little blood on his face.
Now, so you think that they planned from 130 yards away to shoot off the corner of his ear?
And they never shot off the corner of his ear. That was all done by the people hanging around him. Nobody ever shot off his ear.
Okay. So you.
Oh, that's not bad. This guy.
That's good.
He's getting pretty close.
But
This has 3.1 million views on Twitter.
But notice the perspective it's coming from. It's coming from Trump did it
left.
from a left perspective. So the truth gets submerged in a sea of irrelevance. It's true. What he's saying is factually true, but he doesn't have the right context, because in order for this to be true, it means that both sides of the media and that the U.S. government and the DHS and everything else, FBI, would all be a part of it necessarily. So the scale of the hoax escapes those individuals who blame it on Trump. So it's lost. The truth is lost.
Yeah, exactly. He's not thinking it all the way through. It has to be a completely cooperative staged event from everyone involved.
Exactly. And that's where both those on the left get it wrong, and even the QAnons get it wrong. We're like, yeah, Trump did it, and he had to trick the deep state and the Democrats. It's like, no, these are bipartisan psyops. If Trump staged it and the left wasn't a part of it, they would be blowing it up. And of course, nobody within this psyop entertainment complex calls out anyone else's psyops. They don't do it. They're part of the same team. But it's nice to see some people are perceiving accurately, even if their interpretation is wrong.
Now, another guy I like to watch because he walks around New York City, not because I agree with the guy, is Jason Goodman. And he's hung his complete hat on the fact that it was it was a real event with real shooters, and he's going down all the extra shooter rabbit hole. So his comment on this video is amazingly stupid people. Was this in California? So he's really put his cards on the table for this as well. So that's interesting.
See, the thing is, okay, let's say they did a perfect presentation and visually you couldn't just call it fake. There are a number of things that are huge red flags. The photography that shows the bullet whizzing past his head, the camera required to take that picture, that's anomalous. The perfect and purposeful alignment between Trump's fight photo and the Braveheart cover art and his avatar, and combine this with all the predictive programming, there's no way you could walk away saying that this thing was just random and they got all these perfect shots. But for it to be for it to have been pulled off this way, it necessarily would have involved the Secret Service as not an inside job, but as part of the act. And but even without the special effects being kind of shoddy, you could just call it fake just based on the predictive programming alone.
Nicotrauma says you should carry a giant microphone around to interview people. Would you be willing to do, or are you planning on doing any of that?
Oh, yeah.
In the future?
Yeah, in the future, yeah. In fact, I had a great mic. And my intention here was to engage in interviews at first. And I was going to get some flyers and try to get into some dialogue. But at the last minute, they changed it. So it's basically get inside, can't take any signs, and it wouldn't have happened. So I only had the option of walking down the line and trying to reach people. But yeah, my objective here is to do interviews with people, get them to talk and answer questions. But as you can see, the people on Trump's side weren't even open to it. But look how these people who are anti-Trump were really happy to talk about it.
Awesome. All right. Well, I started at 8, and unfortunately, we couldn't get you right on time. But I think I got what I wanted from you, just to review your Albuquerque thing. I thought it was a brave a move. I thought it was good. That was a great first step that you got out there.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. And this is going to be the future of Infinite Plane Radio's press club, where anybody with a press press pass, and there's hundreds, it's 160 or something, can go cover any local event. And what we will do on our end is we will crowdfund a camera person and get it done professionally so that we can include it in our body of work. So my intention here is to do this all the time. But I wanted to kind of set the standard that basically, as far as production value, we have to rely on a third party because live streaming footage is unreliable. And what I got was high quality footage, and I have a lot I didn't use, a lot of B-roll. So anyway, thanks for having me on. And
so you're planning on live streaming and also having the backup not live streaming, so you don't have to rely on whatever YouTube records.
Exactly, precisely. That's the only way to get the high definition, great audio, good cinematography, and not be dependent on good service, because as you saw, there was terrible service out there.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So you're definitely going to need support, because I'm sure the cameraman is probably a fair amount of money. You have to pay him, I'm guessing, for the entire day.
Yeah, I only needed him for the hour-long event, but then it extended because we had to walk several miles each way, and then uploading the files took some additional time. But I had a rate advertised in advance. I said I need somebody to do this and this,
Okay.
and I basically offered $50 an hour, and I said 2-hour window. And it extended a little bit, so I gave him a tip, but basically I set aside about 150 to get the entire thing done, including the USB junk drive with all the files, which is well worth it. And now I have a connection for all future events.
All right. So if you want to help Tim Osman and support him, then make sure you do that, because these are real expenses that are coming out for citizen journalism. So the links are at IPS.monster, somewhere down towards the bottom, I think, Tim, to support you.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. IPS.monster, scroll to the bottom. And also I have it at any of my sites, these links, they all go to the same place. But yes, the objective here is to take the support the channel gets and reinvest it into creating better content. And this is basically, this was funded by the previous Auto Hoax cons. So everyone who supports that are just helping to keep this thing moving forward. So again, thanks for promoting that, and thanks for having me on to talk about it.
Yeah, definitely. That was good stuff. So make sure you support IPS, because he's doing good work. Very few people are spreading the good word of auto hoaxology. I certainly don't get out there and do it, but one day I'd like to maybe do that. Some street activism. It's a hard sell, so you got to have really thick skin to be rejected. But at least Tim is trying to do that down in his hometown there in New Mexico. All right, Tim. Thanks a lot. And next time, I was gonna wait. I waited about 10 minutes tonight because I had a feeling you had to be starting at the exact same time I did for the pairing to work. But we'll catch you next time and make sure we hook it up.
Yeah, now we know how that works.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. All right, thanks a lot. Thanks, Tim, for joining, and we'll see you next time.
All right, thank you again. Have a great evening.
All right, you too. There goes Tim Osman. And we're done now. We usually go about an hour. So thanks everyone for joining. Thanks for the supporters, fakeologist.com/donate. Thanks for John the Beggar for calling in. And we'll do this tomorrow. We'll have Lynn Tell on election day. I'm sure she'll have a lot to say. She is a fakeologist after all, but she also is a very close observer of current events. And she's loud and she has an opinion. And people either love her or don't love her. But for the most part, she has quite a few fans, and she's on many different shows now. So we sort of launched her into the video podcast sphere. So it's fun to watch her, and she's on Fake News Phil. She's on Gemma. So make sure you tune in tomorrow, and we'll have a good time just talking about what we think is going to happen. I'm almost positive we won't have any kind of results, but it will be fun to maybe dip in and just talk a little bit more about it. All right. Well, we'll see you guys.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and keep this stream going. Let me go ahead and update the title. So I was on with Fakeologist. We tried to merge streams, but I was a little late. And you have to show up within the first, I guess, 10-minute window in order for that to work. So if you showed up late, the entire episode is going to be uploaded to his site. So if you go to fakeologist.com, I recommend just subscribing to his newsletter and stay in touch with him that way. So today is 11/4, Election Eve. I'll put that on the thing here, Election Eve. I don't have any specific topics set aside. I have to go through my notes. All right, let's see who... I want to catch up on chat here. I was looking at the Fakeologist chat. Clockwork 113 says, psyops imitate art. Yeah, absolutely. And, in my opinion here, the psyops imitating art is just part of the design. Well, I don't know if it's just opinion at this point. I think it's observed. It's an observed fact, the empirical data. We've been watching for a long time. We've been paying close attention. And we have been observing the patterns, the structure, the infrastructure, the mechanisms of mass deception. And this is why I say resistance is futile. This is a technology. The mass media has supplanted religion with this advanced form of propaganda and marketing that constitutes a form of mind control technology that has synchronized billions of minds within a fictional universe. We live in the Disney universe. Welcome to Planet Netflix. And I suppose we could also add in the city of Gotham. Okay, let's see here. I'm just going to go ahead and send out live stream notifications. I wonder if I should take a break, send out notifications, and then invite everybody back in. I think our numbers will be better. So this is just closing up on Fakeologist. So it's still early in the evening. I'm working on a few paintings. I might even live stream some painting here in a minute. That might be a productive use of my time. I'm working on a series of Grok-generated images and then rendering them in watercolors and listing them on eBay. And I've set up about 15 different canvases, or rather papers taped to Masonite. And so it's all locked and loaded, ready to go. Fakeologist had opened up by playing the video where I was talking to a bunch of MAGAs. Isn't that fascinating? That's such a great example, what he showed, how the MAGAs are completely unwilling to entertain the idea that they've been lied to by their guy. And the other side is like, oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, Trump is going everywhere. He is tireless. He's playing the Undertaker theme song. Both sides seem pretty much confident they're going to win. There's a lot of talk about Trump preemptively contacting those he needs to contact to make sure that nobody certifies until he's ready. There's audio that is leaked that has a conversation where Steve Bannon was saying Trump's crazy, he's just going to declare it. So it's pretty obvious that there's going to be some shenanigans of some kind. I mean, I don't see Trump conceding and riding off into the sunset. He's just now manifested Biff Tannen, in his full glory. He's full-blown Biff Tannen right now. And if you go by Back to the Future as an indicator of what's to come, and they're showing it locally, Back to the Future is showing in movie theaters right now, the 35th year anniversary. So if you use that as an indicator, then the end of Trump doesn't occur until this aspect of him. And the Civil War movie has a pretty bleak ending. Charlie Coker in A Man in Fool, another representation of Trump in the Netflix universe, where he's taken out, where he's his downfall is brought about by this character who obviously represents Barack Obama, this Chicago mayor. Michael says Trump gonna win. Well, even if he doesn't win, he's still going to be the commander-in-chief, and he's going to be the secret president to all the QAnoners. If you know, you know. The truth isn't for everyone. And all these other hopium pills they take, copium, that's some heavy cope. Like, oh no, he did win, but he can't tell everybody because devolution and the deep state. So this is all a show. It's all a movie. Eat your popcorn. I mean, the pacification process of nullifying any resistance to any perceived injustice is complete. You're not going to have a civil war with all these popcorn fattened would-be insurrectionists. They're not going to be able to climb the walls this time. And all the ringleaders have been arrested basically arrested, right? You got the Proud Boys, you got Stuart Rhodes, the Oath Keepers. The QAnon shaman's still running loose. But at least he's not wearing animal skins anymore. Right now they're wearing trash bags. Maybe there'll be a Million MAGA march or something if things go wrong, but I don't know. I am not making my assessment based on an analysis of the political landscape, but solely on predictive programming. And based on that, his relevance has to continue for at least another year. He has to be relevant for another year, and I don't see them dragging out the more dynamic aspects of this 3 years down the road. And we've been vindicated many times over. 713 was a huge boon to the metascript decoders. Not the Gematria calculator crowd and their erratic predictions. But those of us doing narrative analysis of mainstream entertainment, looking at it as a predictive model for the simulation. Think about it. We live in a fictional universe. And if you're reading a work of fiction, you encounter foreshadowing, and it obviously will resolve itself during the resolution. And that's what we're doing. We're looking at media at large for examples of foreshadowing, for spoiler alerts on what's to come on the world stage. And we have been correct again and again. And I think as a collective, as a think tank, we've become even better over time at decoding the subtexts of these major productions. I mean, take, for example, the Francis Ford Coppola film, Megalopolis. That was meant to come out before 9/11. It was meant to be 9/11 predictive programming. But he didn't get it out on time, so it got pushed forward. And he talks about this. But he says it's about the fall of Rome and America's Rome. And he's got MAGAs and like, make Rome great again. And he said this movie's about, and he's talking to Robert De Niro of all people. They're hanging out, talking about this movie, and he says, this is about what's going to happen in America in a few months. It's about to happen. And the movie has this scene where a satellite from Russia falls and destroys New York, and then they rebuild the world. Well, when this movie was being presented at these various film festivals, a Russian satellite exploded, necessitating the astronauts on the ISS to duck and cover. So that's an example, a clear example of concurrent predictive programming. And then Duper's delight from the metascriptor's mouth as he says, it's about to happen. So make Rome great again, make America great again. Algorithm says, I think regardless, oh, I see. It was designed to be seen. I don't know. Because the news fakery has been going on since the inception of mass media. It's always been done. PSYOPs are not new. And the media fakery is not new. But this stuff wasn't even widely talked about and popularized as false flag operations until Alex Jones post 9/11. So it's relatively new. But the stuff that people are allowed to notice is not fakery. The fakery stuff has not been noted, and it's been marginalized by conspiracy theorists who are against talking about fakery. And even now, they've muddied the term, so you can't even talk about it coherently, but the media deconstruction perspective has been consistently ignored, and it's gone unnoticed. It's one of the more recent developments. The Normieville types never notice fakery. They may call out a PSYOP or a false flag, and if they do notice it, it's always contained within a partisan box. So those who were asked about the Trump thing, yeah, we think you faked it in order to steal some votes. And they also cannot eliminate the presupposition that people died. And a lot of people are like, oh, people die at these events. Oh, do they? Who? Because, and this is an axiom that I'm adding to Autohoaxology 101. This is an axiomatic statement, simply that if there's any indicators of it being a hoax, the assumed death toll must be 0 until proven otherwise. So when they say, oh yeah, 33 people died, we don't need to say, well, no, that can't be. It's got to be less. Maybe few people died. No, it's 0. You start at 0 as your base assumption until there's evidence. There are still people who think that some people died in Vegas or some people died on 9/11/01. And I'm like, well, what is your standard here? Because if you concede there were no planes, or if you concede it was a hoaxed event, then why insist that people died? It's not logical. It's a mass casualty simulation, so the base assumption needs to be 0. And we pretty much took that tack since Vegas, and no one else has. We're the only ones who have built up a think tank on the premise that we no longer give the PSYOP entertainment complex the benefit of the doubt. And then 2, we do metascript analysis with a full awareness of what predictive programming is. This has not been done before either. What we're doing is somewhat specialized and nuanced. But I have for years heard people say that there are some good guys trying to tell us that they're letting us know, or others say they have to tell us. It's revelation of the method. And That's not exactly the case. The revelation of the method is an explanation that was based upon the presupposition that these events were real, and that it seems ominous, of course. Like, why would you have predictions in media for mass atrocities to come? Like, that's ominous. But as a rule, predictive programming has only, and it has only ever been observed to predict fakery. There's never been a chance, there's never been a place where you can say, oh, look, predictive programming was followed up by the real thing and people died. No, that has not happened. But we have to set a higher standard than truthers who still exist 1 foot in the matrix. You know, the fog of Psywar still confuses them. Like, oh, I don't know, maybe some people died. Okay, so you're admitting confusion if you're saying some people and you can't identify the names. You can't provide addresses to the morgues. You can't make phone calls. You can't verify. So it's all about sources. And if the media's job is to inform you about some event that happened far away, then it's incumbent on them to meet that burden of proof. If they don't, you can just disregard them. As Hitchens said, one of his Hitchens razor heuristic, he says, that which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. If it's an extraordinary claim. So any extraordinary claim asserted with zero evidence doesn't need counter evidence. Like, I can't say, Bigfoot exists, prove me wrong. No, actually, I would have to provide evidence first. And the burden of proof when it comes to any extraordinary event is not on you, the news consumer. It's on the media. But the news consumers, passive consumers of media as they are automatically assume that burden of proof. And they can't call it fake unless they're told it's fake, or unless they're given some reason to doubt it, but they don't ever really get any reasons to doubt the stories from their sources. Once in a while, you get, Brian Williams or a Jussie Smollett. But these are fake revelations, because you couldn't have a Jussie Smollett or a Brian Williams systemically lying without the entire studio being complicit. So these were like scapegoats. Michael 233 says, what do you think about Jurassic's prediction? Well, Jurassic has consistently called out the scripting indicators that there would be a Trump head wound and that it would have all these components to it. And the numbers he's put out there that are consistent, 8-4, 216, 611, these are consistent. And the dates, there are consistent alignments. It's rather intriguing, but two of his hallmark numbers, two of the most definitive things that he says the most would be 611 and 84, or August 4th. So you got 8-4 and 611. Now, Trump was shot at 611. 84 days later, he goes back, and the New York Post calls him Braveheart. And again, that pose, fight, 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 is a Braveheart movie cover. So 84 days later at 611, they have a moment of silence. Somebody saying Ave Maria like the Riddler. And there's all these Riddler connections to Thomas Crooks. But again, 84, 611. And then on top of that, we can point out two different popular TV shows, The Boys and Stranger Things, where the season finale 4-8, again 8-4-4-8, both have allusions to the Trump assassination attempt. It's rather incredible. These are not coincidences, eerie or otherwise. These are engineered, synchronized, and contiguous narratives. Another thing I think that distinguishes our perspective, the off-world stage perspective, from the alt media perspective is that in alt media, they've been fed a steady diet of simulation theory, so that anybody who's questioning the news thinks that they're questioning reality. Like, look, reality is getting really eerie. All these coincidences, all these conspiracies. And what it leads to is this. It leads to, this couldn't possibly be done by man. Some people will say, there's no way that human beings could have put all these numbers and symbols in here so perfectly. And they always say, they default to a higher power, a supercomputer. They can't believe that human beings could somehow synchronize the entertainment and the news. And that's because they fail to see it as monolithic. They don't see the metascript, the big purpose. So the big purpose is this. The purpose of mass media and entertainment, because it's all in the hands of a centralized global government, its sole purpose is to convey history through the mechanism of media simulation. And that's one. So they're writing your history. They're making it as they go. But then two, they provide a worldview, a simulation that you live within. So the broadcast, the televised version of reality constitutes a fictional universe. And a fictional universe is mostly defined by what it excludes. So for example, the Marvel universe. You're not going to have any Star Wars characters. It wouldn't make sense. You have the Batman universe, and you would necessarily have to exclude characters from the Star Trek universe. So you have a lot of agreements, but then you have these things that are excluded. And the mainstream mediated worldview is a fictional universe. Now it overlaps with the real world, like reality TV, when it lies by omission, although there are lies where they deliberately insert things that do not exist onto the world stage. We term these hyperstitions, God constructs, the gods of the religions, the superstitions serve this purpose before. But this worldview, this is a mental map of the world that doesn't match the world. And if you point out the places where it doesn't match, they call you a conspiracy theorist. But the conspiracy theorists in general, when they look at these discrepancies, it leads them to perceive it as unreal. It leads them to falsely conclude that they're observing some evidence of mysticism. So, for example, there's an entire branch of thinking on this matter, conspiracy theorists who don't get into the politics, but get into the symbolism and the movies. And this synchro-mystic take on things says that these are not coincidences, but they're way too mystifying to have been done by man. So they actually view what they're observing on the news as evidence of a higher power working through movie directors to somehow prophesize the future. That explanation falls short. It's no longer adequate. In fact, it was the de facto explanation until metascript was discovered. And the metascript is what we're primarily talking about here. If you haven't seen Newsbenders, I highly recommend it. A 30-minute play about this individual who moves high up in his news agency at this point where he learns that they write the news 5 years in advance. And I think that is pretty much what we're looking at, although it's more like 50 years, 100 years. Dwayne Ott-Bith says, Season 5 of Fargo has a character that suffers an ear wound and other allusions to elections, QAnon, Patriots versus Feds. The ear wound stuff is fascinating. So the idea of random coincidence, you can automatically rule out. However, mainstreamers will say there's no such thing as predictive programming. These are mere coincidences. So that we're all looking at the same thing. Mainstreamers will say that's all coincidence. Truthers will say that's a higher power at work. Media skeptics will say this is the deliberate synchronization between entertainment and future news because they are entraining our minds to the propaganda. That's the truth of it. The objective reality of it is we're looking at entrainment. We're looking at worldview warfare in progress. That's what's happening. You can rule out the mystic and you can rule out the, quote, mere coincidence. And if it was mere coincidence, we have a collection, a compilation of some of the most incredible and undeniable coincidences that you could ever compile, which alone would have me thinking, if I didn't know better, we must be seeing some kind of evidences of a simulation. There's no way that life can follow art like this. And at one point, I was open to the idea that we were looking at this, that we were looking at art as a form of sympathetic magic to ritualistically, through ritual magic, to cause these future events. Like these are spells. And that's another branch of synchromysticism. And I rule that out because the divine fallacy. I don't operate here with any fallacious lines of thought, because that's what Trutherville is for. We can rule out, if I ruled in the mystic, I would have stopped at, yeah, they're manifesting this stuff through the TV. I would have stopped at, this is some kind of spellcraft that's causing these events to happen with our complicity. And those explanations fall short because these events are, again, fake. And what's more, these are not coincidences, and these are not from a higher power, but these are done by a branch of government. The programmers at the capstone level are using entertainment as a form of propaganda and advertising for future fake news because they control history, because they've conquered us, and controlling history, controlling the present, allows them to control the future. Those who control the present control the past and control the future, and controlling the present is done through fake news. So we've already ruled out the synchromystic. We've ruled out mere coincidence. So both the mainstream and the alt media are wrong. The correct interpretation is what we have been describing. It is a metascript, and the programming is not only concurrent and predictive, but it's also built on reinforcement, because the reinforcement programming brings about what we call the misinformation effect. The misinformation effect also explains the Mandela effect. And I get a lot of flack for this. The Mandela people think they found a path to God, to transcendence. And I debunked the Mandela effect. And they said that I was the God blocker. I'm the God blocker because I have debunked a psyop that uses this thing called the misinformation effect, where recently formed memories based on new representations of something you experience actually conflate with your old memories and alter it. And another thing too, some people say, well, belief is reality. And if everybody could be made to believe it, they can manifest that. And my counter to that is, then how come moon landings are fake? You got 8 billion people who believe in moon landings, and yet they're still fake. So you can't even argue that. But I think it's very important to demystify media, because what we're looking at is the product of the mystery schools. What are the mystery schools? These are the exoteric, esoteric religious systems, where the priesthood are given the esoteric. The veil is lifted. The mysteries are parted for them. They're able to see what's behind the scenes. And the masses are part of the exoteric. They're mystified. And I'm not going to be mystified by this screen anymore. I'm not going to look at it bewildered, like, wow, this has got to be a higher power at work. I don't think the metascriptors are higher powers. They are reality hackers. And they're using a technology that is so advanced that, as Arthur C. Clarke's rule would suggest, it's indistinguishable from magic. But if you think it is magic, then they got you. They screwed with your perceptions. If they can get you to doubt your perceptions and replace it with some kind of fog, then they've gaslit you. So at this point, I think the best perspective, the most logical perspective is the objective one. And let's rule out extraordinary claims and get rid of any kind of presumption that man couldn't be involved in synchronizing entertainment with future fake news. But the synchromystic explanations persisted because without that, the only logical explanation is it's synchronized, as we say, and this is the best kept secret. You will never hear InfoWars or any of these alt media types ever talk about predictive programming without mystifying it. They will mystify it and say, no, there must be a higher power. I'm surprised that people still run with that. They'll say something higher. Why not just say God? Why not just say that the nightly news is, or the directors of these big movies, that Hollywood is divinely inspired? Occam's razor, what's more likely? Hollywood is inspired by a higher power with prophetic abilities, or Hollywood is a branch of government and they rule us through worldview warfare, through imposing belief systems, by putting us into boxes. And that's what is true. And we have to maintain these standards. You cannot let mystics cloud your perspective. You cannot let them gaslight you, because the gaslit will gaslight you with their gaslighting. They're in an alternate reality and they will try to suck you into it. I realized this at some point, that there's some level of complicity and self-deception. And it's a level of almost, I call it, it's like mind war casualties. It's almost like Stockholm Syndrome, where people will reflexively lie to defend their belief systems, even though their belief systems were given to them by liars. And they will lie to defend lies that the liars have told them. Algorithm says it gives them way too much power and credit. Well, that's what I hear that a lot too. And it doesn't. I don't believe it does. They were good enough to fake 9/11. Like, what can't they do? They faked a moon landing. What can't they do? The moon landing was preceded by decades of predictive programming. Every major event we're talking about has been preceded by entertainment representations, by putting it into our imagination. I think we underestimate them. The elite are underestimated by the conspiracy theorists. They're not even believed in by the normies, but their power is so immense that they controlled your mind until recently. If you were still in the program box as of, let's say, 2 or 3 years ago, or 5 years ago, whenever, if you were still under the misperception that they were really killing people and these events were false flags, then they still controlled you. That's power. That's total control. If they can trigger you, if they control you, they can control you. And I haven't been triggered by a fake news story in a long time. 2020 didn't trigger me. I didn't fall for it for 1 second. I already knew, I decoded it more or less. I knew what the agenda was. I never fell for the controlled opposition positions. And my point here is that they're all powerful. Mankind has been conquered, and resistance is futile. You were born into it. We're all programmed by default. Nobody is unprogrammed. The only alternative to being programmed is being deprogrammed, and that's an act of volition, and that can't happen without the information that we're describing here, which is specifically that there is a monolithic media control that synchronizes all entertainment and fake news ubiquitously, including and up to the space programs. And that this is the new monotheism, that mass media is the de facto world state church, that we do have a religion, that the default religion, that the non-religionists, the atheists, I call it nascitology. I call it nascitology for a lot of reasons, but so no, their power is so complete, so total, so pervasive, so unavoidable, and every person in your life is on some level programmed and a programmer insofar as they reinforce it. You can't escape it. So in other words, we don't give them enough credit. The wizards, the powers that be that run this place, they have billions of people's minds on lockdown. And it's an ancient technology. It's like the movie The Village, but instead of being a small commune, they've got billions. And they've been doing this through religion. I'm not a religious person, and someone was annoyed or mad at me because I was talking about Seventh-day Adventism and I didn't perfectly represent it. And it's like, I don't care. I don't care about your flavor of the cult. In my opinion, mass media is the newest iteration of religion. And what is religion? It's a monopoly on a worldview held by the priesthood, the initiates, who are demystified about the meaning of what they're a part of. And it's used to control those who are filtered through it. We live in a global doomsday cult. It has an eschatology. It's going to end if we don't change our ways. I mean, it is at this point to me, it is very clear what we're looking at. And we have what I call the off-world stage perspective. And that perspective has never been platformed before. I mean, there's been a number of people who've called out fakery, who figured things out, but they're still submersed. They're still existing in Trutherville. They didn't take the stance that we have to break apart from this. We have to leave. We have to quarantine. Now, the synchro-mystics have somewhat quarantined themselves, but they have almost gone too aloof to where they think they have a perspective about this higher power influencing things, which they misinterpret as mystical and meaningful. And that, again, falls short, but it's a deliberate misinformation line. No, I'm not flustered at all and I wasn't referring to you, Leopard. I was referring to somebody in the chat. They were mad about our conversation about Seventh-day Adventists. But you were right about that. The Branch Davidians were an offshoot of something called the Shepherd's Rod. But I'm not here to cater to anybody's... Like, if somebody's religion is CNN, that's fine. If your religion is Fox, that's fine. If you're in any of the dominant religions, that's fine. I don't care. I'm just saying that I believe that religion, and when I say religion, I mean all the big religions and even atheism, these are all just models. And I don't trust the model makers whatsoever. I don't trust the model makers. I don't think their older models are somehow more valid. I think these are reiterations of the same. And I'm basing this on my own research. And for example, my research into Thelema, New Age, Freemasonry, the Ordo Templi Orientis, the Kabbalah, the Gnostic Catholic Mass. I look at this stuff. I look at NASA. I look at the modern paradigm, and I don't see it as any different. Like, it's not like it's Satanists running the world and it's the Christians who are going to save it. No, the people running the world practice a form of what you could consider an analogous concept to Christianity, but their Christ is more akin to Apollo or something. But basically, it's a new iteration of the older religions. I think religion is old school fake news. I mean, here's how I actually look at it. I look at the Old Testament and the New Testament as analogous to history as we've been taught, which is a collection of fake news going back as far as we can see. And then the real-time news, the modern media today, is the New Testament. I think mass media is, in fact, the religion, and your iPhone is basically the Bible. And the more they censor it, the better it gets from their perspective. The more their worldview monopoly is assured. Like, you have a universe of ideas. So you got a big circle. All the ideas are in it that are acceptable, and they keep shrinking it and shrinking it and shrinking the universe of ideas. Once they have it consolidated, they have this new worldview that's state approved. That is the Bible. That is your New Testament, the living Bible. It tells you how to live and what's going to happen in the future. It has its eschatology. But then you have the old stuff, which is the history that we all agree upon that got us here. But when you look at the history, you can't separate it from the daily reportage. And the daily reportage that accrues over time becomes history. But I do think that heliocentrism, this modern paradigm, is just a new iteration. I don't think it's a scientific model. I think it's a model, as much as any other model we talk about, as mostly a cosmology. But I think that space is there to replace heaven. And it's a heaven that all of the previous religions will accept. That space is a heaven that atheists believe we can go to. And what has heaven always been? Heaven is just a utopian version of what we have here. Like, if we just listen to the priesthood, we can have that grand vision. Heaven on earth. We have to live perfectly to have this change. The Great Awakening, for example. But we all have to believe or something. And the space program offers a new utopianism. Because on Mars, you're going to live sustainably. You're not going to have AR-15s. You're not going to have weapons of mass destruction. Space will unite all mankind as we become a multiplanetary species. So all these national, these borders, these nations that hate each other, all these various disputes will mean nothing when we have access to the entire universe, heaven. So they're selling us this utopian vision as a form of heaven and a paradise that atheists will believe in. They brought back the flood myth, so you can scapegoat your enemies for pissing off God. And in this case, it's Gaia, and the flood is brought by your carbon footprint, your political system, your capitalism. But my take on religion is not meant to be irreverent, but it's based on what I believe is objective. And I've studied religions before I really got to be very online. I made it a point to study various religious systems, not from the outside, but from, like, for example, I went into Scientology for a few weeks. maybe a little longer, but off and on. I would go visit, I'd read their books, I took some courses, and I did my best to understand it from the inside out. And I wouldn't have the perspective on it that I do if I hadn't done that. And what I learned is that this is like a template religion for the world going into the future. It's a space religion. It's based on becoming multiplanetary, but it is almost exclusively about the mind virus that we've been talking about so much recently. Scientology is about a world full of mind viruses, and that until we get rid of all these mind viruses, we cannot advance as a species. And mind viruses, in their terminology, are called engrams. And in order to get rid of engrams, you have to go through counseling and have them purged with this e-meter through a bunch of sort of psychotherapy. But if you go back into the world, you can catch more. If you hang around people who aren't purging their engrams, you can catch them. So they created this pandemic model as a form of religion, the quarantine as a form of asceticism and leaving a fallen world so that you could, work on purifying it. So the entire pandemic and the Scientology model are actually identical. And I've been saying for some time that the introduction of the pandemic model and the virus in the way that they weaponize it in our political warfare is really just a way to reintroduce the archaic concept of sin, and then thereby split society into the saved and the unsaved. And the unsaved are those who don't trust the mainstream media, who don't trust the church. I grew up around different religions. Like I was raised in one religion, but I never believed it. And I felt terrible. It's kind of like a catch-22, because one of the main rules is thou shalt not lie. But it's like I'm lying if I pretend to believe this stuff, but if I don't lie, then I'm going to be looked at as problematic. So so I have to break one of the fundamental lies. I got to break one of the commandments in order to fit in, and that's what's acceptable to them. So it's kind of a double bind, and I was unimpressed with any of it. I didn't find any of it believable, and it was kind of like inescapable in a lot of ways. But they reached a point where the church we were part of was just torn apart by scandals because the priesthood were involved in just terrible stuff. I mean, we're talking monsters. Like, we have all these QAnoners where like the bad guys are Satanists and they drink baby blood. It's like, if you want to find the people who are doing the sick stuff, look at your churches, your schools, and your Boy Scouts. Like it's not these secret cabals. No, it's actually right in your face. But at that point, I was really dejected by the whole thing because I saw how people put so much faith into these individuals in these great costumes, calling them father. And at this point, I realized that I wasn't willing to trust the system. I didn't believe any of it. But I pretended. But it wasn't that I wasn't spiritual. I mean, I was always having, like, I have always had a bit of precog and telepathy at times. I mean, like telepathic intuitions. And I've always followed that. But that was always separate from religion. And religion never really got into explaining, consciousness or what it all means. In the way it's explained to me, it was always about securing your place in heaven. But I guess my view of religion was somewhat tainted, but I was never really into it. I was more into the spiritual stuff, and I got into certain types of, like, I wasn't into New Ageism, but I was always fascinated by it, and I studied things. So I studied these, like, tarot cards, and then I got into this correspondence course by the BOTA, Builders of the Adytum, which is this Kabbalistic school out of Los Angeles. And the more I started to study symbolism and these various systems of, like, numerology and then astrology, I started expanding my perspective on it. I started to kind of pick up on this stuff is still there. It's not just archaic remnants from the past, but this is actually an intrinsic part of the power elite's paradigm. And that's why people look at stuff the way they do, synchromystics. You can find evidence of strange occult symbolism all over this stuff, especially the astrology. But I was always more interested in spirituality as separate from religion, because it seems like religion is a prepackaged worldview, and it basically is an excuse for you to claim that you have the right answers. Like, oh, I've got the right answers. And like I said, I don't believe anybody that tells me this. But what I have found is that religion has always seemed to be controlled opposition to spirituality. That I never received any answers there. I did start finding answers when I started going to the various discussion groups, various occult bookstores would always have these groups and people would teach things. And I started to talk to people who have had direct experiences. And I would, try to explain, this is what I had with regard to these intuitive flashes. This is how it appeared to me. And I met up with someone from an OTO group, the Order Templar Orientis. It's an offshoot. It's called the Abbey of Thelema. And I met this person through a series of coincidences, as I call them. I used to just say coincidences, but you could say synchronicity. But I happened to come across something at a certain time, and I ended up meeting somebody, and I was describing how I was more or less interacting with my intuition and how it would lead to things. And after a few minutes, I was actually invited to become a candidate. And they weren't openly recruiting, but I was obviously looking for answers. And so there were a series of interviews that occurred before I was allowed in. And in the first conversation I had, I was asked to bring a list of books that I've been reading. And one of them explained to me that we are at a point where the old aeon is what they called it. So when we say aeon, you could say the paradigm, the zeitgeist, the dominant paradigm, or the metascript. So that we're going through a major script change. And what was explained to me is that, and I was just taking this on faith, their word. They said that at one point, mankind was ruled over by their subconscious. They weren't as sentient. There was a goddess archetype ruling over the paradigm. They called it the age of Isis, the Aeon of Isis. And that they somehow transitioned into the Aeon of Osiris. And it all ties into the equinox, the precession of the equinox and the bigger story above. But that we collectively now fell under the spell of this patriarchal religious system. The hanged sacrificial god, the sun gods. And that now we're at a point where that is being taken down. And the new god is being introduced. And the new god, it was explained to me, would be a version of Horus, the god associated with Mars, but that this would be an androgynous deity, equal parts of his mother and father. So Osiris and Isis. So this image of Baphomet, the hermaphrodite, the corona, the eclipse, the sun and the moon, all these things symbolize, in many ways, the emergence of this new god for the new age. And according to them, this new age was announced in 1904 with the publication, with the channeling of the Book of the Law, which I had to read at their initiation ceremony. But my point here is that when I explained to them how I arrived at these conclusions and how I started looking into these things, they told me, they said, well, in our group, you're going to learn about the higher self, the holy guardian angel. And what they explained to me was that when you're able to get in touch with your intuition, you're accessing a part of your mind that is generally subconscious and not under your control. But that if you can establish control, then you have what they called conversation with the holy guardian angel. And so they let me in under the presupposition that I had already established contact with it at some level, that I was already interpreting this. And this interpretation of intuition and synchronicity and your possible effects on synchronicity is obviously clinically diagnosed as madness. It's insanity. It's schizophrenia. It's apophenia. There's all kinds of ways you can pathologize people who have accurate precognitions, people who can accurately read their intuition and actually get some kind of valid information from outside of their physical senses that they can act upon. And this acting upon this, quote, higher knowledge, or, you could call it non-corporeal sensory information, but acting upon that requires a deliberate choice, an act of will. So the word thelema in Greek is explained to me means the will. And if you're acting in accordance with your will, it means that you are making decisions in accordance with the total body of knowledge accessible to you, not just what you're getting through your meat suit, but rather what you're getting from your quote higher self. So I liked what they were explaining, and they also went on to say that they would be instrumental in the transitioning into this new age. So we're in a process. We're in a process of the transition from this previous aeon into the new aeon, and it's going to be led by the initiated elite. That's what was explained to me. So it was never conveyed to me that this organization was some kind of nefarious conspiracy to control mankind, but that rather it's a guide. It's a form of guidance to collectively drag mankind into this new paradigm, which is meant to somehow bring about some kind of enlightenment. Like, in other words, collective initiation of some kind. That's very consistent when you look at mass media pageantry. And why are we getting these archetypes? Why are we getting these ritualistic and ceremonial aspects to these big productions like the Super Bowl? I could talk about the last 3 Super Bowls and their obvious symbolism. Look at the woman in red dress, the dancers in white. You got Rihanna in red, all the dancers in white. And then you have the following one. Usher in white, Alicia Keys in red. The red and the white is a key component to all of this. But what I'm pointing out is that there is obviously some occult agenda behind this. And by occult, I just mean hidden. And this hidden agenda is not merely political. And they are writing history as they go, but there is this other element to it that you can't separate. Like, if I was going to describe the religion of the elite, I would say that is it. That on some level, their religion is essentially, or their model they're working off of, is this idea that we are going through some kind of a astrologically timed transition into a new aeon. And the New Age movement it didn't just emerge from a vacuum. Like, you have this it's called the Great Work of Ages. The Great Work is this work of transitioning into the New Age. But you can find the same terminology from people like Manly P. Hall, the Masonic historian, who talked about the secret destiny of America in this great work. So this great work is what I would call this metascript, that there is some overarching script, some plan, and that this plan is something that would necessarily require many generations to accomplish. And it's being accomplished by this group of initiates, and their symbolism really tells it all. But the idea of like the passing of the torch is a really common theme that I had noted. And it was correlated with this underground stream of information, or that those who aren't initiated are the darkness. You know, for example, and a lot of these concepts were communicated through the symbolism. You have the symbol of the hermit holding a lantern. So he looks like he's alone. He's a hermit, which would suggest that he's in isolation. But the meaning it was conveyed to me is that those who are operating with their higher self are the light and everyone else is the dark. So even though you're surrounded by people, you're still essentially a hermit. So, I mean, I think I learned a lot from this, but I didn't stick around very long because it was very culty. It was extremely culty, and I wasn't comfortable with the level of control because all of my interactions were facilitated through this person they called a link. And this person I was required to keep a journal, a dream journal, and all these things were subject to review. So there was this constant sense that my privacy was just deleted. And then there's one more aspect to it that I thought was somewhat chilling. The second meeting we had was in a restaurant, and this is when it was decided that I was going to be allowed to go in. And at this second meeting, it was just myself and this link and a group of people at a restaurant, just random people, supposedly. But later I find out that the people who were there in the restaurant most of them were part of the club. But that I was not just there with one person, but there were a group of people studying me. And that was, I think, to convey to me that you could be surrounded by the cult at any time and not know. And when it came to the initiation process, it was meet at this post office, and then a van with no windows will transport you to the location. And I've, like I said, I've done some research into these things, and I followed this up about a year later when I got involved with Freemasonry. And when I got involved with that, I recognized that the initiation ceremonies are pretty much parallel. You just replace the Egyptian nomenclature and gods with Judeo-Christian stuff, but it is fundamentally the same story. And the basic story that I see in all these groups is this: those who are shown the light are behind the veil and know how things work. Those who are outside are considered profane. They're in the dark. They're called hoodwinked. They've got the wool pulled over their eyes. And they're said to be wandering in the darkness. And when you're brought in, it's with a rope around your neck. You have to make these promises not to tell or they'll kill you. And they laugh at you because you're disheveled. Your shirt's off, your pants, you have one shoe on. So they drag you around by the rope to make you look like a fool. And so I get out of this idea that those outside the temple are fools. That this is clown world. They made clowns of you all. That the elite see the masses as clowns, as hoodwinked, as ignorant and stumbling in the darkness. And then they possess the light. And they protect it. So there's this two-tier system, the programmers and the programmed. And that basic division, that knowledge disparity, perfectly describes the relationship between the hyper-mediated with the digital veil or the screen and those who are running the PSYOP entertainment complex. So just replace the veil with the mystery schools, with the TV screen, and the special effects and PSYOPs that go into the into the news that they produce. Not everybody knows about that. So you do have an initiated, like in news benders, that individual is initiated into the fact that they write the news 5 years in advance. And all of this is just my way of explaining how, in my opinion here, and based on really what I've observed, what we're looking at is the deliberate and purposeful mystification of mankind, to befuddle them, to put them in the fog of war. That's why I'm against synchronistic explanations, and that's why I refuse to mystify or delve into paranormal explanations for things that we can explain with the facts, that things that we can observe, things that we can predict. I mean, we have that. We can predict predictive programming. I mean, I'm consistently pointing this out and the significance of it. But looking at all the different cults I've studied and joined in groups, it does seem to me pretty obvious that the main source of power is the monopoly on worldview itself. And that we are a paddock, we're like a sheep pen. And they know some sheep are going to wander, so they create a pen within the sheep pen for them. And those of us outside the sheep pen are not acknowledged. We're not supposed to exist. We're not supposed to know there is a sheep pen. You're supposed to think the sheep pen is reality. That's why I say the model is not the territory. Your mental map is not the territory. We're not even supposed to know that the mainstream media is a model and a fictional universe and a simulation. You're supposed to think that your screen gives you a window to the world and you can see anything. You can learn anything. You can get informed about anything. But it's not a window. It's a filter. It's a veil. It's there to conform you to a pre-existing worldview, not to inform you. There's nothing you can see on the world stage that's going to give away the deception. There's nothing on a magic show. Like, let's say you're at a magic show, you're sitting in your seat. There's nothing the magician's going to do that's going to give away the trick. You're not going to get that information sitting in the seat. You have to go backstage. You have to read his books. You have to recognize that even though you may not know how to reverse engineer every trick, that doesn't mean it's magic. It just means you need more information. So if you're a news consumer that's passive, you're basically like everything is real until it's proven fake. If you're an active consumer of news, you're fake until it's proven real. And I'm saying that the mainstream media has no credibility, no reason to give it benefit of the doubt. You may as well assume fake until proven real. And with the Trump event in particular, that is a magic trick, not a false flag. Leo Pirate says, in The Matrix, the conclusion to the trilogy suggests that the breaking of the fourth... Oh, yes. That Zion is another layer of the Matrix. Yeah, exactly. And the red pill paradigm is actually, and I said this before, that the red pill and the blue pill have the same pharmaceutical company. And that the truth of it is that the blue pill is just candy coating over the black pill. Because beneath the blue pill, beneath their apathy, are all these things they just assume to be real. All the atrocities, all the weapons of mass destruction, it's all real. But in Normieville, they kind of ignore that stuff. So they take the blue pill. The red pillars are building upon the blue pill concept, but then adding a bunch of nightmarish scenarios on top of it. So it's a nightmare. So you got the dream world and the nightmare. Neither are awake. When you're dreaming or having a nightmare, you're passive. You're passively dreaming, you're passively experiencing a nightmare. To claim to be awake with any credibility is to be at least capable of recognizing that this is a model and it's not the real thing, and that the model is a fictional universe with the alternatives being a subset of the mainstream. And that's a key point. The alt media is not outside of the box. It is a subset. It's actually deeper in. It's just the reaction. You got the pro and the anti. It's the polarities. It's the controlled dialectic. That's why I made it a point, too, to state that we are anti-pro, anti-anti. If you're taking an anti-position, you're a world stager, no matter what it is. And we lost a lot of people, a lot of resources, time, and energy to people fighting the system. And I'm saying resistance is futile. All the anti-Bill Gates people, in my view, just basically were propaganda mules. Wasted a lot of time because that anti-position is only logical if you're only dealing with this controlled paradigm where it's the mainstream media and then there's us. But the us consists of the controlled opposition up and down. Leo Pirate, I agree. Narcissists use the reaction of their victims to prove their lies. I say that Big Brother's persona, that his personality style is narcissistic. And this is by design because they need the public to take the opposite position. There's a dynamic. You have the self-centered narcissist that requires all the attention, and then you have the passive observers who are conforming to its vision, who are basically dependent on it. And it's not always a positive dependence. It's like a toxic link. And so I do argue that Big Brother and mass media at large is a narcissistic construct because of what it does to the viewers. They gave it that personality to turn you into a sheep, to turn you into a complicit and gaslit and apathetic and eventually selfless person, as far as your perceptions no longer matter. You outsource it to this bigger, more commanding, authoritative presence. But I would also too, and a lot of people may not like this, but I would also argue that the gods, like the monotheistic god constructs, are also similarly narcissistic. Although the martyrs and a lot of, like, for example, the incarnated gods can often be the opposite. They can often be codependent, or rather like a martyr, the suffering martyr, the self-sacrificial, almost pathologically altruistic. That's the opposite end of the spectrum. But I think that the priesthood system, the system of the knowers and the programmers and the programmed, that dynamic itself is what they've established. But I think that we are looking at a period of time where self-centeredness and subjectivity is actually a survival trait. It's actually it's a plus. Like it's encouraged. It's incentivized. And another reason why that works is, I mean, look at all the like mask Karens, for example. The reinforcers, the snitches, like the lady that snitched on the squirrel guy. This malice is really an example of people who are wielding the power that they have in order to, tyrannize others. But my point is that the media construct has this personality style that it would happily have replicated by as many people as it can, because then they, of course, can continue to oppress others on its behalf. So you got like propaganda mules trying to wake people up. You've got propaganda mules who are just enforcing the propaganda. The year 2020 really illustrated how the programmed are also the programmers in their own little circles. I'm a deprogrammer. Like, I'm deprogrammed. I am off the grid. I am more off the grid sitting here in my office just scraping by than somebody who's safe, quote unquote, in a bunker ready for World War III. And that's because he is still on the grid as far as the simulation. He believes in all the God constructs and the hyperstitions, whereas I'm off the grid mentally. I'm not triggered by the emotional manipulator, which is the mass media. This big brother construct is an emotional manipulator. And it also wants your attention, whether it's for something positive or negative. And you hear the term attention economy. And if there's one thing that's true about these personality styles, it's that they demand attention. It's like they can't survive without it. They need ratings to live. And you see this, again, reflected through people who adopt this as a lifestyle. Leo Pirate says, off the grid spiritually and mentally, which is more important than prepping with guns and buying gold. Yeah, I agree mentally. As far as spiritually, that term is so much more interesting to me than religiosity. I don't mind talking about or discussing the idea of the soul or the spirit or non-corporeal sentience, that maybe we're not just merely a byproduct of our wetware and our meat soup, but maybe there's something transcendent about us. I have no problem with that. The worldview monopolies are what I'm mostly criticizing here. And the worldview monopoly right now that we talk about predominantly is the mainstream mediation. And my contention is that religions have always done this. And what they have done is they have created this Frankenstein religion, this one size fits all. Like, one of the main narratives that truthers were hit with was this: there's going to be a new world order and a one world religion, and you got to resist it. And it made sense for a long time that maybe they're trying to indoctrinate everybody into this new age religion over time, and everybody's going to accept the mark of the beast or something. And then when I start to understand that religion isn't really about the specific nomenclature and the gods, but rather religion is actually about the worldview, the mystified worldview that the priesthood can decode for you. So there's a dynamic between the believers and the knowers. And to join a religion is to be a believer in this particular paradigm. So it's always been about the worldview, and spirituality is from your individual perspective. So your spirituality is like really an extension of it's just a word to describe the totality of who we are and maybe our bigger purpose, but it's outside of any particular religious framework. And I have examined enough religious framework to see it as really just a way of reinforcing the power elite's monopoly on perception and power and control. Is Peanut the squirrel a psyop? I think so. Because if you look at the comparison, you have this story, it's some kind of pet insecurity thing. On some level, it's this, because the only people mad about Haitians eating cats and Peanut the squirrel are right-wingers. And who's blamed for these things? The government, the Democrats. Open borders, now our pets are being threatened in Springfield. Now the government's taking our pets out of our homes and killing them. So this is another trigger issue. And it just seems like the idea of your pets are now under attack because of the government seems to be the theme here. And maybe it's targeting the right because it's like their main issues are they want to kill babies and they're going to take our pets. Or they're going to have their imported Democrats eat our pets. Leo Pirate says, ironically, New World Order, one religion is not explicitly prophesied. Yeah, I'm not really interested in how it is literally meant to be taken because I don't believe any of the, like, this is the thing about religion that has always bothered me, is that there isn't any kind of uniformity. There are people who go to church, and then there are people who read the Bible. And the people who read the Bible all interpret it differently. And the people who go to church, they're all in agreement that they're right, but they don't really read it. So I don't know the use of it, and nobody agrees. I really encountered this. I totally rejected religion upon meeting a bunch of Bible literalists who all hated each other. And if Bible literalists cannot agree, then I have to just refuse the whole thing. And I've encountered so many internet Christians who are either just full of bigotry and hatred, or they disagree on even the name of God. There are some who say, oh no, his name's not Jesus, it's this, it's that. And I'm like, you guys can't agree on anything. So who's the authority on it? I mean, who is the authority? Like, who's right? And on whose authority do I, like, if somebody says to me, oh, I've got the right interpretation. Well, what are your credentials? If you don't go to church and you're not a priest, what are your credentials? That's what I would like to start with. And again, I mean, you can call, but like what I'm saying is like, you're not going to reach me any more than I reached any of those MAGAs, because I am not open to religious paradigms, because I see it as old school fake news, old school fake history. But I'm very much open to, experience. And one thing that has been consistent in my entire life really has been my analysis of seeming coincidences that have the elements of timing and significance in play, correlating directly with what was on my mind at that moment. And as I studied synchronicities, I started reading, about mystic experiences, transcendence, and I started really digging to figure out, what am I experiencing here? Is this madness? Is it apophenia? Is it connecting dots? Or is there something else? And for most of my life, people said, you look too much into things. You're thinking too much. Like they dial it down. Some used to say, oh, those aren't synchronicities. You just think that you matter too much, but you're just a speck of dust on a dead rock planet that's going to go dark soon, and we're all going to, like, I was always told that my reading of significance into my life was wrong, incorrect, evidence of some kind of ego problem. I think I'm too important, or that I am thinking I'm special in some way, or that I'm reading too much into things because nothing means anything. Nobody ever took it seriously. And for a long time, I just kind of never brought it up. But whenever I did, I realized people will tell me that my intuition is wrong. They will disregard it anyway. But then about 2009, something happened. And then 2013, something happened. And then a couple of other things since then, in the last couple of years, where my response to intuition or synchronicities led me to things that were conclusive that no, this isn't random. And that at that point in 2009, I realized I'm never again going to put the word of somebody who only perceives from the meat suit over what my intuitive glimpses are showing me, because they have been consistently right. But anyway, I think that, spirituality has been one of these things that has been just the target of controlled opposition. I mean, I remember when I was joining these different clubs and cults and checking these things out, I was a prime target for recruitment by essentially what I would consider to be toxic environments. The Scientology group were already making moves to get me to detach from people. I was told, oh yeah, you've got to break up with this person because they work here or they smoke. It was like, wow, okay. And I encountered this before, with other groups. This sort of in-grouping, out-grouping, and it's all based on conformity and compliance. Really insidious, if you ask me. And the same is true for the mainstream media cult. And this isn't just the flippant use of the word cult. We live in a paradigm with God constructs that essentially imitate or are new iterations of older constructs. All right, let's see here. I guess I'll open up phones if anybody wants to call in. We kind of got on a few tangents. I think, how did we get into this? That's right. We were talking about the mystery schools, and the mainstream media is the new religion. And it is the religion that all the other religions are beneath. Every other religion kneeled in 2020. Every other religion kowtowed to the box, to the screen, to the priesthood of scientism. Truman B says, fake news becomes history. Yeah, that's an axiom I need to add to the Autohoaxology 101 next iteration. I'll put that as well. Because people say, why? What's the point of the fakery? And others say, and I think this is the wrong approach. I see a lot of people saying, it's all fake. It's just trying to take your loose. Don't pay attention. Whenever I hear that, it sends off a red flag. Anybody who says it's fake, don't pay attention, is misleading you. The correct response should be, it's fake, pay attention. It's fake, figure out why and how. Not don't look at it because it's fake. Anybody saying don't pay attention to the fakery is a disinformation, misinformation agent. Or maybe they just don't know any better. You can give people the benefit of the doubt. At this stage in the development of the parallel media, I don't. You're on our side or you're in the box. And the screen that divides us is the dividing line. Which side of the screen are you on? Are you in the one world order religion? Are you a believer in the NWO religion? Or not? And I'm a non-believer. We are fomenting a culture of disbelief, of non-belief. We are deliberately trying to filter out believers because their operating system is flawed. They've outsourced their perception. And here's the thing. A believer has passively accepted something with no evidence. A knower has sought that information and they know what they know, and they know why they don't believe something that others believe. And the off-world stage perspective is a realm for knowers, not believers. And it's going to self-sort. There's no reason why a believer would want to hang out. Like you saw how those MAGA people were repelled by me. They were just literally repelled. Infinite Plane Radio.
Oh, hey, Tim. Sorry, I'm just trying to mute my headphones. But yeah, I actually wanted to say a quick point about the squirrel and the Haitians eating cats psyop. It's certainly right-wing flavored, and it's not the traditional, like, oh, think of the children. It's almost as if we've moved past that. Like, maybe, like, pets are more important to I'd say, my age group and younger, because actually really not many people in their 20s or early 30s are even having children. So for that age group, it's almost like the pets and cute animals are more important than think of the children, because they don't even think of the children.
Yeah, think about it. The internet was largely spread through funny cat videos and pet videos, not cute babies. Nobody wants to look at babies. Everybody wants to look at cute pets. And so it might have been a very potent psychological ploy to make your threats, make the pets the target of a threat. Like, oh, if the Haitians don't get your cats, the government will. It's like, wow, that is definitely targeting an insecurity. But in both instances, it scapegoats the political left and it makes the right wingers mad. So that's significant to me that it's definitely a psyop.
Yeah, and it's so bizarre because it kind of comes out of left field, and it's weird that it's targeted towards the right. That because it's only the people that I've heard someone even call it the MAGA squirrel. For people like, oh, I didn't even know about that. Like I wasn't on paying attention to the internet that much over the weekend. But then when I came back, suddenly everyone's like, oh my gosh, there's this MAGA squirrel thing going around. Can you believe it?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, the government killed.
Isn't it the left that has traditionally been environmentalists and save the animals, save the whales, and yet a squirrel dies and they're like, yeah, so what? The government had to do it. The MAGAs are mad about it. So the death of a squirrel shouldn't be partisan. Your basic essential humanity should say that's terrible. No, but the leftists have a different perspective. And so and this is another axiom, any psyop that is so bifurcated that your interpretation left and right is perfectly along party lines, yeah, then it's like, in other words, if the left and the right agree that the thing happened, but they have like polar opposite interpretations, yeah, obviously this is a political football. It's got to be considered fake.
Yeah, and that was what you brought up. It's like, I'm amazed at how our scriptwriters can turn anything bipartisan. You'd think the legitimacy of a terrorist act, school shooting and stuff, it shouldn't really matter your political lines, right? Like, if it really was faked, the implications of it are massive, and you should be interested in it regardless. But somehow made questioning Sandy Hook a very right-wing thing, and now questioning this 713 is a very left-wing thing. And I don't know how they do it. How do they do it every single time? That's what amazes me.
Yeah, I think it's because what they've done is they took the political horseshoe theory and they implemented it in their model. So the default position on any opinion you take is going to put you on a side, and it's going to be determined by your relationship to big government. That's the fundamental distinction. And I noticed this correlation between your skin, your front door, your national border, and the atmosphere. So all these borders, border of the earth, border of the nation, border of your home, and border of your body. The left wing is totally porous, open borders, open to aliens. They are open skin to the vax, and they're against the Second Amendment, so you can't defend your house. Whereas the right wing is like, lock down the borders, give me my gun so I can defend my house. You're not going to penetrate my skin, and the aliens are demons, so F them. So you have this perfect divide between porous and closed, open and closed, left and right, masculine, feminine. Feminine is referring to passive and open versus active. And this also relates to the attitude towards needles and guns. How come the right wing is pro-gun, anti-needle, and the left wing is pro-needle, anti-gun? The gun versus needle dialectic is another study in this, because the gun is an active thing, whereas to take the needle, you have to sit there and passively get poked. So at a very fundamental level, they're tapping into your basic insecurities when it comes to your relationship to power. And you can see here that the reflexive anti-government of the right is because they are resistant to the power that the left embraces, the big power.
And the phallic imagery with guns as well. I think you had talked about how it's like Bernays, I think, was related to Freud. It really gets these bifurcated positions really tap into some very deep subconscious, archetypes or symbols that can really just hurt people pretty easily.
Oh, think about it. Well, really quick on that point, you got all these feminists who want to take your guns. So from the gun crowd, the right-wing perspective, you have all these crazy feminists. They want to take your guns. They want to take your manhood. They want to castrate you. And then on the left side, these same feminists are like, those guys with the big guns want to regulate our wombs, take away our right to bodily autonomy. So you have the abortion issue and the gun issue actually relates to wombs and guns, and each side wanted to regulate the other's genitalia. I mean, when it comes down to it, you're talking about bodily control at a very intimate level being tapped into with these psyops.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, what is it? Sex sells, isn't it like the oldest advertising axiom, right? So if you can just decorate it or I don't know, externalize it, symbolize it in something else, you can hide the subconscious reference to that. One thing I did want to say about controlled opposition is kind of like how predictive programming is a good heuristic for fakery. It's not the gold standard. The obvious gold standard is being able to show what happened, and many times as time goes on, we're able to reverse engineer some of these psyops and see it. But it's like, whoa, there's a lot of predictive programming about this. It's probably fake. For me, controlled opposition has been a very useful heuristic for thinking, wait, why would they prop up a bunch of these controlled op talking heads about a topic? And, you know, you can easily disprove them. Usually a key trait of controlled opposition is the over appeal to emotions. They want to rile you up, right? Because narcissists justify their lies by the overreaction of their victim. And, you know, I've always noticed that when there's controlled opposition for really any topic, not even just, you know, modern psyops and stuff, even in, you know, history, super politicized versions of it, it does warrant further investigation. And I think disproving controlled opposition is valuable, very useful, because then you can, you know, prevent people from being honey trapped. But then you show up to be like, why was there controlled opposition even erected around this position in the first place?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. And you're right about controlled opposition being, I think, important to discredit. Like what we're doing here is we're elevating standards of what we consider to be true versus false. And we're separating the belief systems from knowing what's happening, even if it means embracing a lot of, I guess you'd say, agnostic or non-believer positions. But I think our overall objective here is to raise the standards and then challenge those who hold up the old standards. So when we have our numbers behind us, we will confront influencers that are pushing controlled opposition lines, big channels, and we will ask them, why are you still using that antiquated phrase, false flag? Why are you still lying on behalf of media? Why are you advocating on behalf of media psyops instead of calling it fake? And as we start to do this, we will show these people that we're pointing at do not have the right methodology. They're 10 years behind. We can go ahead and this is Law 42 in Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power. Strike the shepherds, scatter the sheep. And when we do that, the sheep, as in the passive consumers of information, the believers, they will have to reintegrate or reorient themselves every guardrail we take down. And that's my objective here, is let's go ahead and go after the controlled opposition piece by piece and shake loose anyone who's willing to break away from that trance.
That's an effective strategy for sure. And I love how you had described earlier that it's almost as if to get to the off-world stage perspective, there's like a Van Allen radiation belt of Trutherville, of hazing. You have to think that the government's out to kill you. You have to think all of the scary MSM Plus takes first. I certainly was there. You know, I was in it for a bit.
I think you almost have to. I think because if you don't have that experience of recognizing that there's some big discrepancy going on, that there is some kind of a matrix of lies, unless you recognize that you've been betrayed, you probably wouldn't even be open. It wouldn't be relevant to you, this off-world stage perspective. So you have to experience that betrayal, and that's what truthers are reeling from, the fact that they're being betrayed every single day. But they don't go far enough, of course, because Trutherville was set there as a honeypot for all of the dejected, all of those who are intuitive and can see they're being lied to. And yeah, it does become something of like a hazing. So you go through, you pick up some bad ideas, you get somehow grafted onto the GOP, but then eventually you start figuring out, okay, this is just as controlled as the other side. In fact, it's a mirror. That's why I said it's the political horseshoe theory turned into a model. And the idea here is that as you try to exit, you get routed back into the circle. And that's what the horseshoe describes, a circle.
You know what's another really funny heuristic I've always identified? And this is going to be like, it's not a take on you at all, I promise you. If the production values of some of these channels are like way too high, then I'm immediately sus. Like when they have like super high quality mics, the best like setups and all this stuff, then I'm like, where'd you come from? Like, why did you just suddenly come out of nowhere? Like, why? Now you're perfectly addressing this one topic that everyone cares. And I'm like, I don't really know about that. Because like there's like Stu Peters and others, these people. I'm like, wait, what? You just strike the iron when it's hot? You just like appear and you happen to be talking exactly what everyone wants to say, and you have this great studio set up in mic. And I'm like, it's a little weird. But now I think they're onto that. We're getting people who are integrated into communities. Nick Fuentes is probably, I think, the metascriptors or like the whatever our scripters, probably their greatest asset. First of all, he was so young. You know that? Like how young he was. He was integrated into these communities, really just Pied Piper, a whole age demographic of young men who are disenfranchised and seeking for some kind of purpose or spirituality in the world. And yeah, like because you've talked about Bill Hicks / Alex Jones, he was pretty old. Like Nick Fuentes is extremely like I can't think of any other better example, at least that I know of. There might be others in the TikTok realms or others.
Yeah, it's definitely the case that there is a certain level, a certain amount of polish that you see on some channels that are just conveniently pushing alt media talking points. And so then the question for me is, like I understand the high production value gets you traction, but there's another part of it too. There's this compliance with like narratives that also attends this, and that's very suspect. And I kind of think it suggests that there's some kind of financing that goes on here. And you'll notice the people who have huge followings, big channels, big budgets, and they rub shoulders with a lot of people who've been a part of psyops. They do tend to reinforce certain alt media narratives. And then the question becomes, are they dupes or are they complicit and manipulators? And then the second question is, who do you want to follow? A dupe or an agent? A fool or a manipulator? Your answer should be neither. Like, I'm not going to follow this person because his intentions are good if his info is wrong. I'm not going to follow this person because he's either foolish or he's evil.
And, I would say the best benefit I've gotten so far from watching your show, I've been, 2.5, 3 months now, is I used to have a head in the sand perspective where I'm like, oh, it's all brainwashing. It's all bad. So I'm just not going to consume it. And watching sports or any mainstream movies was like, water torture. For me, it was terrible. I'd be like, oh, I'm just going to now masquerade as a normie for a little bit and just do it. But now that I know, I think really the greatest tool that concurrent and predictive programming is evidence of fakery. Oh man, now it's like become gamified. It's kind of, I don't know, I find it hilarious now. It's like this new empowering thing, talking with people. You're like, oh yeah. Did you notice, by the way, that like this, season of Game of Thrones perfectly aligned when the Roe v. Wade nonsense was going on? Oh, did you know? Like, it's a great conversation starter, I would say. But
yeah, I like it.
It's important to be informed.
I mean, it has to be fun, conspirating. And before I left, I was a film studies major for a little bit, and that's where I got into Kubrick. We had to watch all these films. But I feel like what we got into here is now we're not in partisan politics. We're not trying to proselytize for people to run for power, nor are we trying to sell supplements. We're engaging in, I think, true philosophic discourse. We're talking about epistemology, perception, and culture. We're film critics, and we're criticizing the greatest show on earth with full awareness of what it is. So we have a very entertaining and unique position. I've compared us to Mystery Science Theater, where these individuals are captive of some aliens that force them to watch bad science fiction, and they hang on to their sanity by mocking the films, throwing popcorn at the screen. And then I look at, well, where are we? Humanity is held captive, and they're forced to watch bad movies, bad science fiction, and it's designed to make you go crazy. And of course, if you believe in this stuff, technically you are crazy. And those of us who aren't, who are critics of it, are very much like those characters in Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah, and it's I've seen clips of the show before, like the silhouettes of those robots kind of like those guys. I've been recommended it before. Some people even said that was the precursor to like Let's Play culture, where people like play video games. It's like early versions of that. And it is a bad movie. That's the other thing. It's the discrepancy between the polish of Hollywood and just some of these psyops you see on the news. And we've talked about this before, that might even be intentional, because when it's the high frame rate street theater look of the news with live in the top left-hand corner, people have separated that from the 29.97 frames per second high production value of Hollywood. And there's two parts of their brain. And once they see it, no matter how bad and shoddy the squibs or effects are in the news, there's no way it can be fake. It's just totally different paradigm. Isn't that you know it's real because it looks fake?
Yeah, it's a strange division they've created here. And what I want to do as an experiment is, and this is one of the things I would like to do at the next AutoHoaxCon, is I want to invite 2 or 3 or 4 video editors who are professional. And I'll say, hey, your job here today is to, as part of our conference, analyze some footage I'm going to show you and tell me if it's real or fake. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show them a series of videos that are real, and then some that we consider to be obviously fake, like space stuff. But I'm going to mix it up in the context, so they won't know when I'm showing them a scene that's from a movie and a scene that's from NASA. And like, for example, I have a series of videos from the ESA where they have a shadow on the Earth beneath the ISS that shouldn't be there. And I want to see if I can get an expert to say that shouldn't be there, or this looks like it's fake. But I think that if they're told it's from NASA, they won't even critically analyze it. Again, it's the active versus passive. If you're a professional working on special effects in the editor, you're very actively involved. If you're watching a movie, you're passive. And I think that when somebody is looking at footage that they think is from NASA, there's a switch that's flipped and they just passively accept it as real. But if you're an expert in the field, these effects shouldn't be fooling you. You should say, that's a green screen glitch. I would get fired for that. So I want to get some expert opinions on fakery and try to squeeze some objectivity out of them if it's possible.
The context is everything, right? The setting the stage, making people think a certain way about, and compartmentalizing their critical faculties. So they throws it out the window once they see massive footage or on the news. And it's weird. It's like you're allowed to be critical in the most superficial way. That's why I hate that Trump co-opted the term fake news. Now people use it like, I don't like this news, so it's fake news. So, and that's not what media fakery is. And the weird thing is, I want to talk about a lot. By the way, do let me know if I'm talking too long. If you need another caller.
No, it's fine. I was just live with Fakeologist. I didn't even send out notifications because I was busy doing other stuff and I kind of forgot about it to the last minute. But this is just a continuation of that. So I just figured it's open phones, any topics.
Okay. So the thing is, I've noticed, and I think the universal metascript, which I identified a long time ago, is the Gnostic narrative, the breaking out of the world, the construct that the world we're in to fight against the demiurge. This is the Truman Show. This is Pleasantville. This is the Matrix. This is the Lego Movie. This is, you know what I mean? Just breaking out. And what I think is there's going to be a false Great Awakening where people are like, kind of like a Jussie Smollett situation, but like imagine that like en masse. And the ones who swoop down to rescue us will be, ushering in the next aeon. And I don't necessarily know if it'll be unified across the world, because I know I'm not here to talk about spirituality or the Bible or Christianity, but I do want you to know that all pop culture interpretations, one world religion stuff, that's co-opted. That's not even what's talked about. What's represented is this conflict of the king of the north and the king of the south. The king of the south represents secularism or atheism, and the king of the north represents false statecraft and religion. So your ancient Egypt, Babylon, Rome, when it became a theocracy. And then your pure secular atheism is like the French Revolution, like we're talking pure atheism. These two are constantly at war with each other throughout, the ages. And I think what's going to happen, at least the way things are headed right now, I've had the opinion that America will adopt some kind of theocracy to match the pattern of Rome's history, But I think Europe is going to go pure, full-on atheism. But I don't have any evidence to it. It's all based on interpretations of scripture, which is subject to subjectivity and could be wrong. That's just my take.
Well, when it comes to atheism, I think atheism is a reinterpretation of the same basic paradigm. I do think it's not insignificant that the rocket ship that's going to take us to the new heaven is literally an obelisk, which is a symbol of one of the oldest earth gods. I do think that our modern paradigm is every bit as pagan as what we loosely call the mystery schools, that it's the worship and veneration of the forces of nature, but that it's about this interpretation of the celestial cycles personified as in dying, resurrecting, the cycles of time, the various myths that are just telling this story from above. But I think that the atheistic paradigm is in fact paganism, and that it is sun worship. I used to say heliocentrism is actually just mathematically prescribed sun worship. It's just dressed up differently. And if you look at the architecture of the template, it's all there. I put out that book, Secret Religion of the Elite, to drive that point that we are living in a religious paradigm that's just really masquerading as science and cutting edge knowledge. But there's a point where the science based on objectivity is replaced by the movie magic. And that's the point where we call it out. But that there are no real atheists.
Yeah, and that's, this is the curious thing, which is why I've been focusing so much on Mormonism. And you talked a lot about Scientology as well, is that they both agree in the existence of space. There are these assumed takes, whether you call yourself an atheist, even a Christian, modern American Christians, they scoff at evolution, but they say, "Oh, the Big Bang. We just know who bung it." That's the funniest thing I've ever heard a pastor say one time. But yeah, they basically acquiesce to Nascitology. And what I see coming is, even if America erects some kind of false Christian theocracy, it would still hold fast to that overarching religion. So, if in Europe they're full on, we hate all religions, we think it's all just false, it's been responsible for the world wars, the conflict in the Middle East, we're so done with all religion. Then in America, here we have some kind of, evangelical or Mormon state religion or something like that. Both of them would still accept the existence and the importance of space with our Roman planets, our planets named after Roman gods and giant obelisks flying up into space.
Yeah, it's so inescapable. There's no way out of it. That's why I say it's all about the monopoly on worldview. And right now you're seeing this tug of war between the traditional worldviews and so the traditional MAGA, Make America Great, the utopian, or rather the idealized past versus the progressive utopian future. And this tug of war is actually fighting over the same thing. They agree on the basic thing, but one is just the more archaic version, the other is a more new version, but they're actually compatible. They can coexist. And that's what makes this thing work, is that all of the other paradigms and religious wars can continue. They can fight over the ultimate truth, but we all agree space. Space, as it's presented to us, it's really just a replacement heaven. Is it really a place? Well, up exists, but objectively speaking, most of what we know about this place is coming from the fakers who have it as their explicit purpose, the paradigm control, the inner space is what yeah.
Well, if in my study of world religions throughout all of it, the one unifying factor I found through all of them, every single religion, no exceptions, it's truly a binary classification with only one exception, and that is this paradigm of salvation by works. Every single religion, every single view of spirituality has some God construct that requires actions to be done in an order, some ceremony, some ritual, to appease him. And this is just unified all through, even to Hinduism. It goes all the way back to the deification of different aspects of the human character. Whether it be monotheism or polytheism, these gods or God needs to be appeased by sacrificing, animals, or performing these rituals, or performing some form of works to appease it. And yeah, there's only one. Obviously, you know my bias. There is only one that's against it. And again, what has happened is people misrepresent the God of the Old Testament. Zoroastrianism, for example, had copied the Levitical priesthood, and this idea where people say, oh, you worship an angry God who just wants to flood and kill people, and you have to sacrifice animals to appease him. That's actually not at all what's happening in the scripture. That's the pop culture portrayal of it. Yes, there were literal animal sacrifices, but what do they represent? What do they do? That discussion is not represented, and it's instead given a Gnostic Christ, we're given a Joaquin Phoenix, we're given a, what's his name? Jim Caviezel.
Okay, what do you think about the Apocrypha? Like the lost teachings of Jesus or the infancy? Are those valid or invalid in your opinion?
So you asked earlier, what's the authority? How do you know my interpretation's right? How do I know my interpretation's right? I think the ultimate measure is the character of the God. Now, in the apocryphal text or the Gnostic text, like the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, for example, in the text that we have in our modern Bible, there is a scene where Jesus was before Caiaphas, and he said, "In secret, I have taught nothing." The very first line of the Gospel of Thomas of Didymus received these teachings of Jesus, which were in secret. So how do I know that these apocryphal texts, how do I know, are they canon, are they not canon? It's the consistency of God's character. If he actually is truth and does never lie, then if there's any inconsistencies or misrepresentations or contradictions, that's why it's not canon. Ironically, atheists and others use that as some kind of evidence against the Bible. They say, oh, the banned books, because they contradict parts of the Gospels and so, yeah, that means it's all fake, right? So, no, actually, it means controlled opposition was happening even in the first century. It means they were already scrambling to make false versions. Yeah.
So one of the issues I have with it is, like, when do you place the Gospels? Like, do you believe it was 2,000 years ago? Was it, that's what I'm getting at. It's like, is it historic, and can it be considered objective, or is it metaphorical? Is it allegorical, or is it literal?
Sure. So, a big talking point is, I'm sure everyone here might be aware, the Gospels were written decades after Christ had ascended to heaven. And atheists use that, champion that, love saying that, oh, isn't that ridiculous and hilarious? But again, it requires historical, contextual understanding. Very few people could read or write at the time, and the gospel was spread mostly by word of mouth. In fact, in the book of Acts, it's recorded the apostles were given the ability to speak in every single language. And that's how Christianity existed in India since 52 AD, the southwestern coastal area. One of the only areas where Christianity still remains to this day. Of course, after Baptist preachers and the Jesuits had come to India. But most importantly, it was originally spread by tongue, but then later, what we have, the four Gospels, was written by Luke, who was a physician who could write, Mark, who was a scribe that the Apostle Peter dictated to, John, who, way older in his age, learned how to write, and Matthew, who was a tax collector, so he could also write. The Apostle Paul was a Pharisee, so he was actually learned and knew all the other, Greek texts and common languages.
So they were given a miraculous ability to read all languages. What about Muhammad? He was supposedly illiterate, and he goes into a cave, and then the angel Gabriel confronts him, and then he transcribes, and he's given the gift to write.
I didn't say that they could. I didn't say they could write in every single language. That they could speak in every single language.
Well, speak.
That's why I came back.
But like Muhammad, for example, do you accept the account that the angel Gabriel, the same one who talked to Mary, do you believe that same angel went to to Muhammad, and then helped him write the Quran?
So Muhammad didn't write the Quran; he dictated it. And from what I've read of the Quran, it violates the character of God in several places, the most important of which is found in Surah 19, verse 88, where God, that Muhammad is apparently speaking for, he says, "For the people of the book have done a terrible thing. They say the most merciful has a son. The mountains split open, the skies tear apart, that they have attributed to the most merciful God a son." Yeah, okay, that's kind of an can you tell how that might be an inconsistency, Tim? If Muhammad is claiming to speak for the same God of the scriptures that I'm holding, he's had a son since the beginning. And I don't know if you're aware, many Old Testament references are of God having a son. That's, in Psalms 2, kiss the son. I'm not going to go into them right now, but
I guess what I'm saying is like on whose authority is the Bible correct and the Quran wrong? Like, who gets the final say? And like,
I'm not even saying which one's right or wrong. I'm saying it's inconsistent. So I've heard you say many times Abrahamic religions. That I love that main MSM term. Hilarious to me even. Because I will agree, American Christianity absolutely is an Abrahamic religion, but Christianity is not. Jesus said to the Pharisees, before Abraham was, I am. So this view of Abrahamic religions and that, Judaism is the older religion, no, it's not. Historically, you can verify this. The first writings of the Talmud that we call from the Mishnah, the Babylonian Talmud, was written hundreds of years after Christ and even makes reference in past tense to Jesus. So, again, and the people of Judea, there's no such thing as Judaism. There was the religion of the Hebrews, right? But what we call Judaism today is not the older religion. It's a, if you will, reaction to the Son of God fulfilling their scriptures, but them not liking him as a savior. So
how widespread are your views on this? Like, is there a church or a denomination that represents your particular perspective on this?
Yeah, fake. I'll just actually asking the same thing. It's just what Christ had said. So the Greek word for church is ecclesia, and that actually means a body, a collection of people. So in denominationalism, like Protestant or Catholic or all these stuff, those are superficial attributions. I think you said before that Garrow had said, like, you don't say Jesus is the God or something like that. You're going to hell and stuff. Jesus said plainly, the Father judges no man. He has committed all judgment unto the Son. So all these Baptists,
how do so many people have it wrong? How do billions have it wrong? Like, this is the thing I find interesting too. Is you got the mainstream media. You have like the mainstream media, and then you have the alt media. And the difference is mainstream consumers trust the priesthood. The alternative do not. They don't trust the organization. They don't trust the priesthood, so they make up their own truth. And I feel like Christian religion is the same way, where people accept mainstream religion, or they kind of self-style it. So they're kind of like religious truthers or religious trutherism, where they don't really have an authority that they can cite that's recognized by the world, and that's seen as a plus because they're not controlled. But I mean, I think it's interesting, but I kind of look at it this way. I think that just as the main and alt media are in the same box, I think all the different denominations are in the same box. And I think the box of religion is controlled and designed by the same people who designed the box of mainstream media. And I just question whether there is any objective truth in it, or if it's all just a almost interchangeable template for control. So that's kind of where I'm at, but I don't have any, like, I've never had any kind of intuitive insights that led me that way.
When you were at the Trump rally, I heard you say, go and worship your golden calf. That got such a good laugh out of me. You know that story, right? When Moses was gone for so long, he went up for 40 days. They got bored of waiting for him. And Aaron, his brother and stuff, they fashioned a golden calf and they worshipped it, calling it, this is the God who freed us out of Egypt. So the typological significance, I'm sure you know of that, is what happens in the world. People fashion their own version of God and worship that. And they call it the original God even, right? So this idea that, the father of Jesus is this cruel, vindictive, easily offended God is a worldly construct.
Like a straw man then. Now, what about this?
Yes.
Okay, do you believe in Satan? And second, do you believe in witches? Like, as in, are there people doing witchcraft and magic in the world?
So it goes off of what, again, the way the Bible describes these things is so contrary to the MSM plus view of it. In Deuteronomy, it's talked about superstition and necromancy, and which these things people see and they automatically have their own views. Like, you hear the word necromancy, you think of like someone who raising someone from the dead. And so I do believe in the supernatural, but the essence of magic is lying. It's the ninth commandment, don't bear false witness. But it's the most sophisticated form of lying. I think I've mentioned to you the story before of Elijah and the prophets of Baal. It's warned over and over again that false prophets obviously say things that don't come true. They're warned of a different kind of false prophet, of those who say things
lying is lesser,
that do come true.
But I'm talking about magic, not. I mean, there's like a categorization that I think came out like with the Satanists in the 60s. They called it lesser and greater magic. Lesser magic is lying, glamour, manipulation, and any kind of stage magic or illusion that is just done through deception. So psychological warfare would be considered lesser magic. Greater magic are acts in which the individual's will is used to interact the world, to conform it to their will, to influence events. In other words, the type of magic that is the stuff of Hollywood. Like, what is your take on that? Do you think there are literal witches and warlocks, or do you think it's all just lies and media fakery?
Well, it points to the same thing. So ultimately, you talked about probability manipulation and things like that. Yeah, that's expressed in Ecclesiastes as well. It ultimately comes down to worship. This is if I could sum up the Old Testament instead of Star Wars, call it worship wars. It's like worship is the essence of our free will. Okay, so if we were made in the image of God and with the ability to render worship, that does more than just influence your actions. It has a direct influence in the world, because if I could go, I'd say this to atheists and agnostics all the time. Like, you might call yourself an atheist, but your ability to worship does not go away. And it can be replaced with a philosopher, with a celebrity, with someone what do you hold in your highest estimation? What that does is it changes your character. You actually then say, well, what would this philosopher think of this? Or what would this actor do? That influences your character and your actions. But on a mass scale, people uphold that does actually affect the metaphysical. And there are examples of that, really, when you think of the two battling kingdoms on the spiritual, the kingdom of Christ and the kingdom of Satan. When Christ was tempted in the wilderness, Satan offered Christ all the kingdoms of the world. And yes, by the way, if you wanted my view, do I think Satan is a literal entity? Absolutely. It's a title. It means the accuser. Right, and that's not Christ. That's not a name. That's a title, the anointed one. Right. Still, I believe he's an intelligent entity. He certainly has a personality and a characteristic. In the book of Job, he confronted God, bragging about owning the world, but he didn't. God said, "Have you considered my servant Job?" So yeah, when he said, "I own the kingdoms of the world," Christ didn't call him out on a lie. He rejected it. So the implication being that all the kingdoms, all the governments of the world are indeed run by fakery, by lies, the father of lies. Now, I've heard your take before, and I've studied the same thing. I looked at Albert Pike's writing, Morals and Dogma, and then, Secret Destiny, with, not Albert Pike.
Manly P. Hall.
His name.
Yeah.
Manly P. Hall, that's it, yeah. I'm aware that when they refer to Lucifer being this, the source of wisdom and all that stuff, they're not talking about a literal entity. But that doesn't really matter, because they still serve the god of compartmentalized lies. Like Freemasonry, it admitted that the lower degrees they lie to. Cannon fodder. Lower degrees of Freemasonry are used for PR. Oh, look at our Shriner hospitals. Oh, Freemasonry makes good men better. And you get all the low degree Masons telling you don't actually know what's going on. Actually, did you know Jesus was the great builder? He was a carpenter after all. Oh my goodness. Freemasons are some of the most duped people I've ever met. But you get the point. Even if they think Satan is real or not, you can still serve him, whether you reject his existence or not. Right? Kind of like how people can be, you talked about the Noah versus Noah, Noaa versus the biblical Noah and stuff. And by the way, neither of those, that's not the biblical Noah at all. But you can be tricked into serving a climate change agenda while thinking you're against it.
Well, flood myths aren't unique to the Old Testament. There are many flood myths. And the premise of the god punishing with the flood, I mean, you had, Zeus flooded the world after Pandora opened the box.
Epic of Gilgamesh as well, yeah.
But I'm saying that the climate
So
change is a modern iteration of an ancient flood myth the priesthood used to control people. I still think religion is not based on real events, but it's a template for control based on narratives, like fake. That's why I call it the original fake news. I don't have anything to substantiate literal belief in any of the myths, and none of it seems all that original to me. It seems like syncretization, like they syncretize. Syncretism is where they mix religions. Like, for example, NASA is Mystery Babylon syncretized with scientism and science fiction, for example.
So I was going to say there's a great book by Joseph Campbell. It's a pretty standard, like, New Age book, The Hero with a Thousand Faces, that goes over so many of these similarities across world religions. Yggdrasil, like the Tree of Knowledge and stuff. And by the way, that's not what it's called. It's not called the Tree of Knowledge, by the way. I encourage you to everyone here, look up the full title as it's described in Genesis chapter 3. It might shock you, but the rest of it, it's not called the Tree of Knowledge. Read it. There's a little more to it. But anyway, in that book, he basically describes and includes Catholicism. He calls it Christianity. It's really Catholicism. All of these views. And you find that, yeah, they're working off a template. They're all counterfeits of an original. What is that original? And if it's a counterfeit, is that original actually true? And now you said, like, I don't take it. I don't take the events that are recorded in the Bible as real. And neither do I. Like, Song of Solomon is poetry. Right? Some of the visions in Genesis where Joseph saw his family represented as like the sun, moon, and stars, or the vision the Pharaoh had with the cows being hungry. Revelation as well, right? The Bible is not a book. It's a library written by dozens of different men over 1,400 years in different languages who didn't meet each other in a time when very few people could read or write. The very composition of the Bible in of itself is quite fascinating. That's worth its own discussion. But in context, it deserves its own discussion. And Genesis, being an example, it opens with this creation narrative, and then immediately is followed by lengthy genealogies with people that live to like 900 and 950 years old. This is in contrast to the visions or the poetry that go about. It describes real locations. It even adds saying this is where the modern day Dead Sea would be. This is where, like, that's all in these texts that were written in 1400 BC, allegedly, ostensibly, if that's what we were to take. And yeah, anyway, all I'm saying is that, like, it's fine to reject pop Christianity, but I encourage everyone here, reject the Bible as it reads. Don't reject the pop interpretations of the Bible, because, rejecting a counterfeit is not evidence against the original. It's evidence against the counterfeit. Don't
right.
overstep your bounds.
Basically. Sure. I think I understand that, because there's a straw man argument that most atheists argue against, and I believe that they've all accepted a new iteration of it anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. They're still in the same box. But I still don't have enough information to know. I don't have any faith or trust in the institutions of religion. And then the people who are outside the religion, such as yourself, have a wildly different take than the average believers. And it's kind of like auto hoaxers versus mainstreamers. It's a very small number of people who have like a very nuanced take, and there's no platform for it. Like, there is no church that explains it the exact way you do. It's like, how do you even find people who are on the same sheet? It's very difficult to find any sort of accepted standards. And then you have all these offshoots like Mormon.
It's like what I said. What I said before. It's not a building. The ecclesia or church. It's not a building. It's a collection of people. If you seek, it will be found. God will send you teachers. In fact, in Isaiah it says the teachers he will send have stammering lips, and line upon line, precept upon precept. If the one who's teaching you from the Bible has a massive YouTube channel with 500,000 subscribers and also asks for tithes and stuff, that's not, God did not send him.
So is it safe to say then that only a small fraction will be saved? That nobody really has the right story?
First of all, when it comes to estimations and stuff like that, I absolutely have no say in that. Jesus said he's the one who makes the decision. And I find it repulsive, because a common atheist talking point is, what about the Hindu man wwho never heard of Jesus Christ, who never had access to the Bible or to have a conversation?
Okay, what about me? I am because of my psychological makeup, my epistemology, I guess my philosophy on life, I am incapable of believing in something that I can't substantiate. Like I don't have faith.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary.
Yeah, I don't have that. I've never had it. I've always explored spirituality. I've always looked into these things, and I've never had anything at all saying, "Hey, look over here. This is the truth." In fact, it's always come to be the opposite. The people who've professed it to be the truth have often been some of the worst specimens, and so I'm kind of screwed because I will never be able to have the right answers because I naturally am inoculated against bad argumentation and arguments based solely on faith. So where does that put me? Like, am I damned? Am I condemned?
Again, first of all, God, rather Christ, meets people where they are. He spoke to the Pharisee late at night because he was ashamed of what other people would be. Nicodemus. Nicodemus is afraid that other people would see him, so he came to Jesus at night. He spoke to the Samaritan woman at Jacob's well, out in the open in front of everyone. He preached he spoke differently to each person. And that's why, the Bible, that's not, it has its problems. That's why I'm glad that that's not end all be all. The word of God is not ink on paper. It's a person. And he still dwells through his followers. And if you hear his voice spoken through others, it can happen. But extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And the good news is extraordinary evidence is provided in something that can be verified called prophecy. Unfortunately, prophecy is one of the most controlled opposition things ever. You have people saying, "Oh my gosh, Revelation, it talks about the dragon, the red dragon, that's China. Oh my gosh, and here it says the trump, the final trumpet, that's Donald Trump." You have some of the worst, horrible biblical exegesis and interpretations of prophecy ever. Right? So I understand why there's an innate revulsion to it. But, as it's written, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives liberally and upbraideth not. When he asks, let him believe that he will be answered. And that's in James chapter 1. But anyway, just a prayerful study of the written word, which is now in a language that didn't even exist when the Son of God came, when Moses wrote what he did. Like, I think that in and of itself is also supernatural, right? Over 100 million people died.
Is there a penalty? So there's no penalty. Basically, I get a pass. Since I'm incapable of it, God will meet me there, and I'm good to go. So it doesn't actually matter. It's what Jesus said. Let which you judge others by, it'll be judged against you. And that's why I always what's the word I'm looking for? A point or defer. That's it. I always defer to him because he's not a character in ancient Middle Eastern fairy tales. Like, he's a living entity, a living spiritual entity who took on flesh and was resurrected, right? What it is he's the one who makes the decision. So when you say, well, this person doesn't have this doctrine, or this person never had a Bible, or had someone who teaches them also, so they're going to hell, right? So if I were to say that standard would be used against me. So I don't know. When you say it is important, but I don't know how, I don't know how it applies to you. You said that you've been epistemology, I don't know how to say the longer form of it, epistemologically inoculated against these supernatural claims without extraordinary evidence. Yeah, you know who else knows that? Christ. So if you are open or interested in it, it will come to you in a supernatural way. But it's done differently for other people. Every single person has, I said before, right? Every human being is a novel with, foreshadowing, dreams, aspirations, disappointments, unrequited love, all of these things, right? But our worldview handlers want to turn us all into monkeys that can be boxed into, a MAGA rightoid, chud libtard, all these horrible memes that oversimplify the complexity of every single person's. Well, I'm certainly
story.
open to what I call the spiritual, but anytime I've had any sort of precog telepathy, chains of synchronicities, probability manipulation, any of these things, at no point has it ever pointed to any supernatural entity, but it has always revealed or seemed to appear to me to be some level of awareness that transcends the immediate time-space box that I'm in and that I'm interacting with it. But there's never been an intermediating spirit or entity or a God in it that I've found, but rather I think I guess I've never tried to apply what I would consider to be supernatural or spiritual to any religious paradigm, and none have revealed themselves to me. And until something does, I just can't go with it. But maybe that could change. I went to a Catholic Mass a couple weeks ago as part of this event, memorial service thing, and it was fascinating. It really was, because I could see, I was looking at the symbolism, the statues, the architecture, the priests, and all the ceremony, everybody doing the crosses. And that's interesting in itself, where they do the cross and, they touch their forehead, their solar plexus, their left shoulder and their right shoulder. Okay. Well, that is actually used in standard witchcraft. They call it by different names, but it's where they say
it's a still open pentagram.
The kingdom, the power, the glory forever, that whole thing. Well, that has its origins, I think, or it's right out of ritual magic, or ritual magic has that. And when I was looking into the OTO, there's a group here, they do this thing called the Gnostic Catholic Mass. And I was actually put off by it because I thought I was investigating a satanic cult. And I find out that at their core, they're basically Catholic. Only their version of Christ is not necessarily strictly biblical, but it's more like the masculine generative force of nature personified, represented by the sun. So they have this more of a pagan and syncretic view of Christ, but they're still practicing in this basic way. So it was kind of interesting. And then there's this part where they invoke the archangel Michael. And in witchcraft and in ritual magic, they associate these archangels with the 4 cardinal directions. So Michael's in the south. You have Gabriel in the west. You have Uriel in the north. And then in the east, it's Raphael. And in witchcraft, they actually invoke the angels of these 4 different directions. But in the left-hand path occult traditions, they actually have the other demonic or devil counterparts. So when they pray to the south, they pray to Satan. They pray to the serpent, Leviathan, to the west. So interestingly, you can pray in church, or you can do witchcraft, and you're actually working with the same archetypes, and you're invoking the same archetypal forces. And it goes in the symbolism, in the code. Like, it's actually fascinating, because it's like, wow, we're looking at essentially a magical paradigm that the people who are just going with the motions may not know the significance of that cross or what they're actually doing.
Oh yeah, and the worship of the sun, Sun Day, is like, the venerable day of the sun. You can look up the Catechism of the Catholic Church. They make no secret of it, that, the Sun Day is the Sole Deus, like it was originally the day of the sun. At the time they used the Julian calendar. The papal Gregorian calendar came way later, but still, like, the pagans still had the venerable day of the sun. And, Catholicism absolutely is the merging of this cult of Judea into what was the religion of Romulus and Remus at the time, right? It's like the Roman state. And, facing towards the east, the sun rises in the east. So often people are prostrating towards, the east, sun salutations, even in the world religions. The universal worship of, the sun and the moon. You can also find aspects of moon worship in Islam as well. These are, if you will, a way of applying a form of religion that is validated by your senses. So a universal aspect of paganism is the seasons, venerating the travel of the seasons, also stars, the path of the stars as well. These are things that can be verified by your senses. So it's, in a way, kind of like a religion that is very sensory based.
Yes,
and not at all.
Animism, panpsychism, paganism. Yeah, it's all based on this direct connection to nature. And in the witchcraft rites, the concept here is that by doing the cross, by calling the 4 cardinal directions that are associated with the 4 elements, and then spirit being the quintessence, the idea here is that you're tapping into it directly and commanding the forces of nature with your spoken words once you've centered yourself. So the ritual magic structure and the ritual of the Catholic Mass in some ways are similar. There's a lot of overlap, but the underlying body of symbolism and the underlying archetypes are the same. And it just seems like witchcraft is more focused on the lunar, whereas Christianity is more focused on the solar. But that the Thelemic cult embraces both. And they worship Babylon and the beast, Christ, Magdalene, Isis, Osiris. So that's why you see in the Super Bowl, the priestess will come down in red, and the goddess is in red, rather, and then the god representative is in white. And this is consistent with the Thelemic and Templar symbolism, the red cross on the white sheet. That's why you had Usher in white with the phoenix, a Christ symbol, with Alicia Keys in red. And then previous to that, you had Rihanna in red, surrounded by dancers in white. The next Super Bowl is going to be Kendrick Lamar, who performed in white with a crown of thorns, surrounded by dancers in red, all female, who smeared him in blood. So the red and the white gives you pink. And the Barbie movie and the pink, that is all occult symbolism that has to do with the joining of Babylon and the beast, mixing the two. And interestingly, when Barbie came out, they had Barbieheimer. Well, the bomb is a metaphor for the beast. And so Barbieheimer was all intentional. Godzilla coming out, a metaphor for the nuke at the same time. Yeah, Barbie and Godzilla, Babylon and the beast. These are all encoded into our modern pageantry, but it's all callbacks to this ancient symbolism that's used in modern day mystery schools.
Yeah, and even at the end of Doctor Strangelove, you could see him straddling the bomb in a very phallic way as the nuke is dropped. Yeah, and the divine androgyne is a very old topic. Even people, the exoteric view of alchemy is that they want to find the philosopher's stone to create gold. And so that's the exoteric. The esoteric was really to synthesize male and female. And the Gnostic view of the Garden of Eden is that Adam and Eve were not separated; they were actually originally one. And the fall was the separation of male and female. That we are in a lowered state of being male and female. Yeah, and the great work towards that is to, of course, synthesize both principles. And you mentioned pink being white and red. Purple is red and blue. And you notice Prince, he was always all about purple, 100%. Purple. Yeah, we've talked about that before. It's like the Yakin and Boaz, the synthesis. That is how they inch their way towards.
Oh yeah, the purple,
great work.
Heavily associated with the phoenix, the death and rebirth. In the Catholic Mass, they throw a purple cloth over Christ during Easter, the death resurrection, which is what the phoenix symbolizes. And the phoenix is represented in the Thelemite cult with the dove. And it's the same, it's just analogous. Like you got the dove, you got the bat, the phoenix, the crow in the Crow movie. You're often seeing the same body of symbols with different kind of masks. But right now, it does seem like the objective is the divine androgen, the merging of the two, the sun and the moon. But I think the Jungian explanation also has a lot to add to it, because the idea of the moon, the lunar, being the subconscious, the part of your mind you don't control, the dreaming mind, the passive mind, and then the active mind, the logic, critical thinking, that'd be the solar. You could also look at it, left and right brain, which might be oversimplifying, but the idea of alchemy is a psychological or spiritual process of merging the two. And the way this was explained to me in this Thelemite cult was that by getting into contact with the lunar, the darkness, the subconscious, by the fool, like the fool in the tarot card, he's stepping off into the cliff, falling into the darkness. By plunging into the dark and shining a light, you can merge the two. And the new awareness that arises from the synthesis is symbolized by the child, Horus. And he's called an androgen because he's equal parts lunar and solar, Isis and Osiris. So the perspective of one who has illuminated the darkness and incorporates that into their real world perspective is said to have like the third eye or the new sun. And that's what, so there's the alchemical thing is really, it's about a psychological transformation.
Well, and the reason why I'm always against such views is when you think of the two positions, that they are, it's under the assumption that they're equal, right? So it's like male, female, what is it? Fire and water, good and evil, all those, these are two poles, and they both need to be destroyed or synthesized into the union of that. The reason why I've always rejected and this is why the philosophy of faith that's presented in the scriptures is so contrary to all of that, because they're not equal. Like I hope you know, fire and water, they're not even the same material. Like you can't put water. You can certainly evaporate water, right? But you haven't put it out, extinguished it the same way fire is. They're not even the same kind of elemental quality. They're represented elements. And what is it? Light and dark, good and evil, truth and lies. They're not equally opposing. Like truth is greater than lies. Good is greater than evil. You can't destroy truth. You can only misrepresent it. You can only drown it out with false opinions. It still exists.
Well,
what happened.
Okay, so there's this scenario. Okay, it's like you got 33 degrees in Freemasonry, and this has been correlated with the 33 vertebrae, and the idea of consciousness existing not just in the brain, but that it's like this field, and that it has these centers of awareness that start at the base of the spine and then go up to the crown, and that to awaken your entire spectrum is to open the third eye. And that this is sort of like a reoccurring theme, the 33, the vertebrae, the third eye, the all-seeing eye in the triangle. Well, I had gone through the Scottish Rite degrees, and they gave me a book. It wasn't Morals and Dogma, but it was a new version, like a condensed version. And maybe it's because Albert Pike was a Confederate general and his statues are being taken down. Maybe it's just more PC.
Yeah.
But they gave me another book, and it's called The Bridge to Light. And so I had this book with me after I went through the system, and I went to I'm in my room, and on the wall, I have a mosaic. It's the Eye of Horus. There's a whole story to how I found it, but it was this mosaic on a thick piece of particle board, very heavy, and it's on the wall high up above me. So I have the Eye of Horus way up on the wall, and I'm reaching to my bookshelf for a bridge to light, because I'm trying to understand this stuff, and I'm trying to understand what I just experienced in terms of the degrees and everything. And I'm pulling the book out of the bookshelf, and the bookshelf itself kind of leans toward me, and I push it back and it hits the wall. When it hits the wall, the mosaic fell, and a corner of it hit me right on top of my forehead, and I had blood running down the center of my forehead. And it occurred to me at that moment that the bridge to light was referencing the bridge, the corpus callosum, the bundle of nerve fibers between the left and right brain, allowing the synthesis, the alchemy of the solar and lunar, the subconscious and conscious, the arrival of a new awareness that incorporates both, that's the bridge to light. But this was communicated to me through a synchronicity of a sort, where I'm reaching for the book, and literally that part of my brain correspondingly the top of my head was hit. And so I had blood running down my face, and I opened up the book, and I was having these like synchronicities that were just basically saying to me that this is the path, that you have to make the subconscious conscious. You have to shine a light. You have to obtain a full spectrum awareness. And that's what was conveyed to me. So like, what do you make of a synchronicity like that? Is that guidance from a higher power? Is it some kind of devil guiding me? Or is this...
No, I was going to say, your synchronicity stories are incredible. Similarly, how you were reading The Cosmic Trigger, and then you go to see, what is it, Truman Show, and then Sirius Dogstar falls out in that movie. No, they're incredible. And synchronicities are real. I don't deny that. They're also described in the Bible. But what I do want to make clear to you is that it's not any indication of good or evil. They can be done by either, right? Like I had mentioned before about probability manipulation. It depends on what kingdom you're in or what you render worship to. And if I imagine at this point in your life, you certainly don't. Your worship you're very interested in knowledge, right? In seeking out wisdom and understanding, albeit through these secret societies that really give you the runaround with their secret combinations of doing just the worst kind of stuff. Make sure to pay your dues. Come to ritual every time, and then we'll give you just a little bit. Give you a breadcrumb. We'll give you a little bit. Anyway, your highest interest is in that, and I do believe entities can also appeal or work towards what it is that they know. You know, in the Bible, it talks about how you should never talk to diviners or to sorcerers or people who practice seances and stuff. That's a little weird. Have you ever thought about that? So in the same part where Moses is like, yeah, don't talk to, don't worship the sun, moon, or stars. Don't go to spiritual channelers or diviners. What is that? Why?
It could be gatekeeping. What if it's gatekeeping? What if there's an entire other modality of consciousness, like education? Think about how the power elite have always maintained a disparity of knowledge and also illiteracy. You can weaponize ignorance. An illiterate mass can be ruled over by a literate few because they know more. It's all about more information. And so if there was a systematic way of initiating people into levels of sentience, awareness, consciousness, perhaps even psychic phenomenon or abilities, if that was something that was open to anybody, it would make sense that if they're going to brainwash you into conformity to a limited worldview, they would also want to spiritually, so to speak, castrate you. So they would hide this information. So I kind of thought that my whole purpose here, or rather the path I was on, was some kind of discovering this secret tradition that we're not supposed to know because it would disrupt the power balance. That this information might actually allow me to see through the big deceptions. It might even allow me to, shine a light in the darkness collectively. And that maybe this is a lockdown. So I thought that the religious prohibitions against divinations, soothsayers, tarot cards, and astrology are part of the control mechanism so that we don't figure out that maybe we are integrated in a cybernetic system, that maybe we are not as limited by the flesh and that we are transcendent beings. So I kind of thought I was led to this for a reason, but it never got couched in any kind of Christ versus Satan dialectic.
I could tell you a great example of bifurcation is the atheist will say it's all fake, like it's all dumb, it's a waste of time. But a believer of the tarot will actually manifest supernatural experiences. But a Christian, will have the true perspective that there's a spiritual component to the so-called supernatural experiences. I'll give you an example. My mother one time, she had described an instance where she, obviously was totally against, what is it called, spirit mediums or prophets or any, the fortune tellers, all this stuff. But she was shocked one time at hearing at how accurately this one random fortune teller called her out, was able to describe every aspect of her life, things that just weren't possible. More than just hot reading. What is that called? It's I forgot the thing.
Oh, cold reading. Cold reading is when you just see somebody.
Cold reading, that's it. So I got it totally wrong. Much more than that, gave those details. And what you find is that false prophets, they always gain your trust with extra knowledge about your past. So they gain your knowledge with things you can verify with gain your trust or confidence by effectively pacing you. Gaining is telling you things that you yourself can verify. And then that's when they start mixing in the arsenic about this is what will happen in the future.
Oh, well, that's
the part about
that is true. But it's somewhat of a straw man because there are people who do cold readings where they'll do leading questions like, I'm hearing somebody that recently died in your life, and they're able to construct a narrative out of clues and make it sound like they're prescient or insightful. But I was taught tarot by this group called the BOTA, and what was conveyed to me was that this is a system of symbols that is intrinsically connected to astrology, one, and to specifically the first 21 cards correlate to the Hebrew characters, but that these are all described as a pictorial journey of the evolution of a soul from the fool to the awakened person who at the end is represented as androgen. But interestingly, you think of the universe card or the world. Yeah, they changed it to the universe in some of the newer decks, but the world. So you have the fool who is like Truman about to step into the darkness at the beginning of his journey, card number 0. Card 21, the end of the journey, he is, it's like this male, female, androgen surrounded by the symbols of the signs, meaning that they have connected with the universe. And it was explained to me card by card that each one of these cards represents a different mode of awareness. That the magician, for example, the fool is the fool. walking blindly. The magician is pointing up and down, and he's concentrating. And so it represents concentrating the forces of nature into the individual will, representing the universe by these 4 elements, or the four suits of the playing cards correspond to the 4 tools of the magician. You got the swords, the clubs, the hearts, and the diamonds. Well, that's the cups and the pentacle and the staff and the dagger, and that these. So then you go down the line, like the Tower card, for example. The Tower card represents the destruction of the personality that was a construct between society, your conditioning, and you. And when it gets struck by lightning, that's your higher self, breaking away the false concepts of the self, opening it up to a more authentic self. So it was described to me that these symbols, once you commit them to your memory, are a language that can be used through the medium of randomness, through shuffling the cards, that through probability, or rather randomness itself, that you're able to somehow communicate. But you have to have a language to communicate.
Externalize the subconscious with these archetypes, yeah.
And they call the first 21 cards, they call them keys. They say these are cards, these images are keys that will open up communication to the doors of the subconscious.
I mean, just for me, what I find, I'm aware of that methodology. And by the way, let me make it clear. It does say that you should not practice these things, but Christ also mentioned to be as wise as serpents and harmless as doves. So I have studied quite a bit of the occult, just because I was curious, but that's not against God's character. That's actually something he wanted me to do. And I've looked into it quite a bit. The curious thing I find about the major arcana or the tarot cards is just how every single card is a misrepresentation of an element of scripture. So, for example, the strength card is a perversion of what happened with Samson when he killed the lion. The priestess card, she's standing in front of Jachin and Boaz. The lovers is Adam and Eve. The devil is now Adam and Eve, but with they're in chains to Satan and stuff, or the devil. What are the other examples? The hanged man, of course, is like an inversion of Christ. What are the other? All of them are kind of failing to me right now. Oh yeah, judgment. Of course, it shows like the second coming, or people being raised from the dead. Chariot. I forgot what was it. But anyway, the point is, I'm like, these universal archetypes. They seem to have these universal archetypes that represent the subconscious. What if it's just plagiarizing something that's like actually true and misdirecting people?
Well,
magicians,
the deck that's really popular
and give you an alternate explanation.
I think the most popular deck today is the Rider-Waite, and it's one of the more common ones. And so, for example, the Chariot card, number 7, that's associated with the sign of Cancer. And the charioteer is a man in a suit of armor, and his chariot's being pulled by 2 sphinxes, one black, one white. And the meaning of this to me was explained is that your ego, your persona, is your armor, that the real self that transcends the flesh is the person who's wearing the armor, and that the word chariot has the same root as character. And the crab in Cancer, the crab is a crustacean, has the shell. So this card represents that your human persona is a shell. It's not the real you. And that the sphinxes, the black and the white, represent the polarities. And that if you can't keep these in balance, your chariot will fall over. So the idea is that you have to master the light and the dark, the polarities, the conscious and the subconscious, in order to steer this thing properly, to ride your chariot, but also recognizing that you are not your chariot, that you are not the vehicle that you inhabit. The strength card, it was described, it has the woman holding the lion's mouth open, and it represents that the subconscious is like a lion. It's an unruly beast. It can dominate your mind. It can dominate your peace of mind. You can be, misdirected anger. Your emotions are something to be tamed. So she's like a lion tamer, and that you have to approach your subconscious as a lion tamer, unafraid and willing to put your head in the lion's mouth because you have it under control. So strength in the tarot card isn't about brute physical strength, but it's about self-control and self-control at the level of controlling the subconscious.
Well, that's my problem as well. So you talked earlier about balancing, was it white and black and self-control, all these psychological concepts that are expressed by these cards. It's all self-reliant. Like you can master your own will. Like you can master your own subconscious. It's a very, if you will, self-aggrandizing or self-worth-based kind of yourself. And really, if we get down to brass tacks, like what every single religion does, it's ultimately the worship of the creation more than the creator. That's the essence of it. Every single form.
Education is selfish. Education is selfish. Specializing in a craft is selfish. Investing into your own edification in anything is obviously selfish. But is that a bad thing? I mean, self-knowledge, know thyself. And when I started following my intuition without question, certain things happened that made me realize that, one, it's almost like there's an obligation to act on these things. And if you don't respond, you could lose connection. Like I liken this in a way to echolocation, because the future is just dark. We don't know. But if you are in a communication loop with it, a cybernetic loop, like the bat screeching into the dark, and then you can process what comes next, you can navigate without even seeing what's ahead. And it's a form of I guess what I'm saying is that I do think there's some validity to it, and I can say so from experience. So, for example, I have a question.
Yeah. Would it be possible to trick someone into thinking that they have superpowers?
Well, let me give you an example, because people would always tell me, ignore your intuition. It's just your ego. It's just yourself. You're out of control. But when I ceased listening to people and I started following my intuition implicitly because it was never wrong, certain things happened that convinced me unequivocally that anybody looking at things from the pure material reductionist viewpoint will not be able to see the value in it. But if you see the results of it, it's somewhat undeniable. And so I'm going off the results. So I can give you an example of intuition putting me in the right place and time to intervene, for example, on behalf of innocence or to save a life. I mean, for example, I was leaving a courthouse and I was staring at the sculpture of the scales out in front, and it has this bas relief of Anubis weighing a heart against a feather. And I'm looking at this thing, the heart and the feather. And the story here is that if your heart outweighs the feather, you get consumed into oblivion. You don't move on. And I look at this as if your flesh outweighs your spirit. If you aren't lighter, like if you've identified with the meat suit, then yeah, you don't have anything to follow because that's all you are. But if your perspective is from the spirit side or the transcendent side, you move on post-mortem. So I'm looking at this image, and something, it wasn't words. I had this impulse, rather this intuitive sense, this gut feeling, you could say. And when people say gut feeling, sinking in my chest, back of the head, I think these could correspond to what they call the spiritual centers, the chakras, that this is information that isn't processed from your level of intellect. But something told me to go check on someone. And this person I was checking on was on 10th Street. I'm on 4th Street. And I had no reason. All I had was a feeling that this person was definitely in the balance. Their soul was in the balance. I'm looking at this thing, Anubis weighing a soul, and I had this intuition. So I run to 10th Street because this person had been in and out of institutions and stuff, and was in, I think was, in a place, people, they have issues, they go in and out, and you just check on them. Well, something told me to check on this person, and I ran. And I had no reason to, like Forrest Gump, just running like a fool. But I entered his house without knocking, and he was unconscious in a bathtub, having overdosed on Ambien. Now, I called the ambulance. It was a code blue. They thought he was dead, but he managed to come back. And had I not listened to my intuition, he would have died. That's just a fact. But it gets even stranger. I have further examples like this. But what I'm saying is that my intuition that I purposefully honed or focused on studying this phenomenon and taking it seriously, in several instances, has put me in a position of intervening. And in each of these instances, I followed through with it, recognizing that if I took the limited materialistic perspective of others, I would not have been in these places. And it was like it was revealing something to me. It was showing something to me. And it was asking me, are you going to be a conduit? Are you going to serve good? Are you willing to intervene? And so then the next highly significant event had me put in a position to prevent something extremely terrible. And after that particular event, it literally changed my life, because I realized that I'm not operating from the matrix perspective 100% anymore. There's some other element here. It's never led me into a church.
No.
It's never led me to the Bible. It's only led me to trusting my perceptions and my analysis of what I'm experiencing, and the cybernetic loop, this connection, this link to the transcendent.
Yeah, that fits perfectly into my worldview. I don't want to make it seem like I'm discounting your experiences. I believe it completely, 100%. When I said, is it possible to trick someone into thinking that they have superpowers, I didn't want to imply that there's a materialistic explanation for it. I did want to say, in the same way there's like materialistic fakery or false explanations, the same thing exists on the spiritual. The example is where King Saul, he wanted to speak to the dead prophet Samuel, and he went to the witch of Endor, and she summons a familiar spirit that looks and talks and speaks exactly like Samuel, but it's not Samuel, right? And it pretends to be him, and it gives him bad advice that eventually ends up make him lose a battle and commit suicide. But that was, if you will, like a spiritual psyop. That was an example of a spiritual psyop. And I'm not discounting your experience at all. But it's much like how you mentioned this kind of like echolocation. Imagine if on the spiritual, you could see someone when they have the intention of doing something, and then you could start influencing things in the material to lead them along, string them along, to point them in a direction, and even maybe make the person think that it's their own ability. This is the exact reason why. So you said that God, or the God of Jehovah, if you will, is a spiritual gatekeeper. He doesn't want people to practice divination or sun, moon, and star worship because he doesn't want people to have access to that hidden knowledge. My perspective, the Christian perspective, is that it's not that he's a spiritual gatekeeper. It's actually a form of protection against deception, against going to a magic show and then thinking it's actually magic. That's a materialistic analogy. But there's basically a spiritual, like there's spiritual magic tricks that are being performed all the time on all of us. Like, I know you were into Jordan Maxwell, you had briefly mentioned that. I think you even had met him at one point in your life.
I didn't meet him in person. I was going to, but yeah, we were working together with dark matter, and yeah, I agree that, let's say the mechanism here is there, and I could see how a quote familiar spirit could deceive somebody into thinking that they're getting information from a different source. But one of the things that has been consistent in this communication is that it seems to be manifesting in the form or represents some kind of guidance, but also it's almost as though it has a position, like there's some kind of, like, I walked away from this event in 2013 convinced that the world is a game board and that it's a battle between light and dark, between those who operate from the material and those who operate from the celestial, like basically the celestial versus material realms. And what is your origin point? Are you of the world with no connection to the higher, or are you from the celestial having descended into the flesh? And then I think that the world of matter is designed to make you forget your divine origins and to lose yourself in the matrix. And I think at the point where these things started happening, I was more or less made, I was, I guess, shown that, yeah, there is some kind of a perpetual struggle here, and that I had a choice to make. Am I going to operate from the material level, or am I going to look at this from something higher, and along with that, accept the obligations that come with it? And what I mean by this is that it specifically put me in a position where it seemed like I was confronting a series of individuals who were obviously of the other side, just like literal evil people. And that my relationships with these people were almost like contrived, but that I was more or less, I think, seeing examples of the polar opposite side of me in this spiritual dark versus light struggle, but that most people are bystanders, that most people are not active participants, that most people aren't serving good or evil, they're just kind of living, but that the war is invisible. And so I walked away from this anyway. I started taking into account because, again, the intuition always seemed to lead me to conclude that no, there's a definite presence of absolute evil, darkness, or suppression that seems like its sole purpose is to dim or turn off the lights. In other words, turn off the spiritual insight or awareness.
Yeah. So you said that it's like, what is it, materialism versus like spiritual view, like light versus dark, right? I believe in the same thing, but except it's entirely spiritual. I believe there's good and evil, the great controversy, if you will, between good and evil. It's taking place entirely spiritually, and it influences the material. Basically, there's a scene in the book of Daniel where the angel Gabriel has a debate with the Prince of Persia, but not the literal person, the Prince of Persia, the spirit working behind him. And they have a debate for 3 weeks long. It's like they're arguing for 3 weeks straight on the spiritual without, because they're spiritual entities. They don't. That's in the book of Daniel, and he explains that to Daniel. He says, "I'm sorry I was delayed. I was arguing with the spirit behind the Prince of Persia." And so, but these events that are done entirely spiritual influence the material, and people can be serving, right, the bad side, not even knowing it. And the good side, basically, is about spreading truth. And they're at a disadvantage because the bad side has a tool that the good side will never use. That's lying. That's the one thing God will never do, and does not ever do, is lie. That's the one advantage that the bad side has. That's their trick. So in the subset of lies, you can even create a good and evil within a lie. You can create a false good and evil. Christ talked about false charity, people who sound the trumpets when they give to charity, and it looks like good works.
Okay, well, what do you think about this?
That's why he said there's none different God.
I tend to break people down. I break this down into knowers and believers because I think that the word lying, you could expand on it, like different types of lies. And I would contend that to believe is to lie to yourself. That you don't have information for something, but you're going to trust the source. So there's a gap there. You've accepted on some level what could be a lie. There's a level of uncertainty. There's some trust that you have to have in the scripture or the authority or the priest. Make sure that your information is valid. But when I look for testable facts before I believe something, it's because I think the instant you step into the realm of merely believing and not knowing, then you're susceptible to lies, to self-deception. And so I kind of see all religions as lies. Just as media is intrinsically a liar, religion is a liar. But what I do think that is truthful and objective is what can be perceived and what can be tested. So I look at religion and spirituality the same way I look at media. So I don't have any set belief system. I only have what I've experienced, and some of what I've experienced has led me to conclude that there is some kind of a struggle here between knowledge and darkness, light and dark, and that there's, I don't know the big picture. I don't know what religion defines this, but I don't think that that you reach higher knowledge just passively by accident. I think it has to be sought.
Yeah, well, the thing is, belief versus knowing. This is why, and this is, Jesus said the Last Supper, this is life eternal, that they might know you, the only true God, and the Son that you have sent. Knowing is more important than believing, and there are many people who believe in Jesus Christ but don't know him. It's funny, we talk about these world stage actors all the time, but we believe that they exist, they're a human, right? Do we actually know them? Have you ever had dinner with them? The personality of these people? There's a difference about reading about someone, learning about them and stuff, and actually knowing them, having a relationship with them, an active relationship with them. And as a result of it, is if you knew someone, you'd be what's called immune to deception. So in our modern days with avatars, it happened to you, right? And someone pretend to be you to reach out to YouTube or Google, and they said, "Oh, I'm Tim Osman. Yeah, I want this taken down and stuff." It worked. I know why, because whoever received that, they don't know you.
Okay, I got a question then. Why doesn't
they don't know?
Why doesn't God show up so people can know he exists? Why isn't God as real as Donald Trump? Why is it something that you have to only believe in and that nobody can agree on the correct way to believe it? Like, why all the uncertainty around it? And that's what I find to be most difficult and challenging for me when it comes to religious paradigms, is just the lack of consistency. And I just don't want to have the wrong answers. And I grew up Catholic, and then I got on the internet and I found out you're not a Christian. I'm like, wait a minute. My entire life, it was all about Jesus and the crosses and going to church and reading about Jesus. And now I'm told that I'm not a Christian. So then I realized, okay, nobody can even agree on the basics. But what I can agree upon, or what I can accept as real, is what I've experienced. And I haven't experienced anything that would lead me to the church, but I have experienced things that lead me to conclude that there is more to this place than meat suits and matter.
Well, sure. Just for me, it's been practical Christianity, prayer, fasting, studying the Word, and discovering new truths in it. So, a type and anti-type. I think I've talked to you about that concept before, about how there are literal events recorded in the Scripture, but because we live on a stage, they have typological significance or practical application. Christ was killed by the Pharisees, the religious leaders of the day. The Pharisees worked with the Roman government to kill the Son of God. Well, it would behoove you to know that the Catholic structure is the union of religion and state. When they crucify Christ anew, when they kill his followers, as they did for 1,200 years, all of Europe's history. True followers of Christ were killed by the modern day Pharisees, called the Catholic Church. That's happened all throughout history. In fact, it's typified all the way back, as the Apostle Paul says, with Ishmael versus Isaac. Right? The birth of Ishmael was with Abraham and Hagar, their servant. Abraham and Sarah, they had a servant named Hagar. God promised them, your children, Abraham, will be like the stars of the sky. Well, Sarah was in her 90s, and they're like, we don't have any child. Okay, here, why don't you just marry also Hagar and have a child with her? The offspring of that was Ishmael. Had they continued in faith, eventually a miracle birth came about with Isaac. As Sarah in her old age was able to have Isaac. These two represent salvation by works, which is Ishmael, salvation by faith, Isaac, a miracle. Is how Isaac's birth was. And the Apostle Paul explains that those two men typify all the religions in the world. The only true one, that's one by faith, right? Because Abraham and Sarah had never seen anyone in that old of an age deliver a child. That's why they decided to conform to the world and have Ishmael, right? But that's basically what is a salvation by works versus salvation by faith. All of that is reproduced throughout history, and it continues to this day. These universal archetypes do exist, but I'm telling you, the occult secret societies give you a false explanation for them. The true ones are actually amazing and hidden in
question.
sight. They're drowned out, kind of like.
I still kind of look at the religious paradigms as fictional universes, as worldview monopolies, but outside of and I don't doubt your belief, like outside of your belief in these scriptures, have you had any direct confrontations or conversations with emissaries of God or God himself? Has there been deliberate communication to you in any form, or is this something that you've just accepted because it's very compelling for other reasons?
Well, similar to your examples of synchronicities, there's been that, but also, I don't want to get too personal, but let's just say I've had experiences that would seem just absurd to others and unverifiable by others. That's why I like to tell things that are verifiable by others. And I think I had sent you, on your chat on DM, I had sent a presentation I'd given one time where I mentioned one aspect of that. It's just very personal, so I'd rather not get into it. But there's something that's verifiable outside of my senses and can be, done also.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Was there something that caused you to suddenly become a believer?
Sure.
Because for me, I think it's like, for me, it's like, what have I experienced?
The historicity.
Uh-huh.
The historicity of the man Jesus Christ for me is not a debate. The real debate is he a good guy? What kind of a God would demand people, freed slaves, to start sacrificing animals? Like, what kind of God is that? What kind of God would give his son and let him suffer the way Christ did and stuff? These are the kinds of things. So the historicity, the existence of Jehovah, of his son taking on human flesh, that is not a debate for me. There's so much, you're still in the realm of the Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens era tier stuff. It's pretty clear. You can verify the historicity of the man, Christ Jesus, in first century Palestine. There are more manuscripts of the Old and New Testament in different languages throughout history than there are of Plato's Republic or of Homer's writings. People who say, the Bible's been corrupt and stuff. Specificity of them are usually the most innate, irrelevant examples that don't at all alter the overall message.
Final question then.
The most studied,
because I'm such a skeptic that I will never believe it. I would have to know. The Shroud of Turin doesn't do it for me. I will never be a believer. And I honestly, having studied it, I find more value in Sun Tzu, The Art of War, or Confucius than in the words attributed to Christ. They've never meant that much to me. It never hit me. It just doesn't hit me. But so it's like I will never convert. I will never believe it unless it's shown to me in some tangible way. And does this condemn me? Like, am I doomed? Like, is my final disposition? Yeah.
I'm not going to ever say, but I will give you an example from Scripture. The Pharisees had constantly demanded from Christ, show us a sign. Under what authority do you do these things? And Christ had said, an adulterous generation seeks after a sign, and none will be given to them. And he went away. And instead, he raised the widow's son from the dead. He helped so many people performing miracles who simply believed. In fact, early on in Galilee, in his hometown, they tried to kill Jesus at the very beginning, and he couldn't perform a single miracle in his hometown because they didn't believe that he was the Christ. And that's an amazing aspect you'll never hear pastors talk about. It's almost as if Christ's divine power was innately tied to the belief of people surrounding him. That is an aspect of the Scripture that no one ever likes to talk about, right? It is curious, and because God is almighty, all powerful. He is, but he's also just, and he honors free will, and that's something that nuance you'll never find in your pop Christianity and others. God the creator of the universe has a handicap. He doesn't lie, and he honors free will. His handicap is that he's good. That is actually, in a fallen, evil world.
His handicap is that he's not convincing enough. Because if it was the desire to have everybody believe in this one universal supposed truth, it would just reveal itself plain as day, instead of obfuscations like, if you look for signs, you're not going to see it. Like, it's all too tricky for me. Like, why all the trickery? And again, it's
not even the trickery.
It sounds like
about the character.
It sounds like trickery to me. Like, I just think that if there was an architect, or rather like an architect in the Matrix or whatever, there's some great architect that created this thing, and it wanted to be worshipped and recognized as such, it would reveal itself in such a way that doesn't require you to compromise your own intellect and to invert your usual sense of needing to know things and just blindly believing something. So, I'm just saying, like, I guess I need more miracles, and that probably makes me bad.
Sure. Of course, yeah. And I think, no, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. In fact, what is it? God constantly inquires those to wrestle with. Jacob wrestled with Christ in the Old Testament. That's how he was renamed to Israel. I hope you know that. Jesus actually appears to Jacob in the Old Testament, and they wrestle. And then Jesus renames Jacob to Israel, he who wrestles with God. But that's fine. That actually, if you earnestly look for it, it will be given to you. In fact, it will be above and beyond anything. Philip believed that Jesus was the Christ because he said, I saw you praying under a fig tree. Jesus said, that's all you need to believe? He's like, verily I say unto you, you will see the angels of heaven ascending and descending upon the Son of Man. But more than that, I just want you to know that the character, knowing the true character, is the key to seeing. You have, I would say, so much programming, and I did too throughout my life as well. I grew up Adventist, and there's a false view of God in that as well, that he's constantly looking for faults in your character, trying to find all these things. The drop of a hat going to send you to hell, right? All these stuff. That's not the true character of God. The perfect character of God is revealed in his Son, his begotten Son. And,
I guess this is bad, but like I don't even find Jesus relatable. I'll be quite honest. I don't. I mean, I don't know how a man with 33 years on earth and I mean, how we could have experience that's even relevant to today. And none of what he said, I mean, I can't find enough in there to substantiate that this is coming from the highest authority of all. Like, I don't think it was all, I don't see it, but I don't see it because I'm too much of a skeptic and maybe I'm jaded, but nothing out of his supposed words of wisdom has hit me as hard as Confucius or even Mark Twain sometimes. When I'm looking for wisdom and understanding, I find modern thinkers to be far more profound.
Unlike Confucius, so unlike Marcus Aurelius, unlike Confucius, unlike Mark Twain, these teachers of morality and teaching, not a single one of them were able to follow what they taught, and neither could they impart to others what it is they taught. The difference is Christ is the only teacher in world history who not only upheld what he taught, even grants the power to others to also manifest that same character. And if you don't find it relatable, or like, I actually do ask people that, I'm like, what aspect of Christ do you not like? Is it so he didn't show us, for you, it's like he didn't show a big enough sign, so that you can diagnose the character of someone by them telling you what they dislike about Christ. I had another person say like, oh, he just allowed people to crucify him.
No, it's not that he didn't manifest miracles. It's that I don't find his story to be that riveting. And I don't find the idea of the crucifixion and resurrection to be that powerful anyway. Like martyrdom and suicide or an asceticism. I don't know how I feel about asceticism and rejecting and the concept of sin. Seems like a way for the priesthood to just regulate people. Like misinformation is a modern sin, for example.
And that's not what sin. Yeah, so the Greek is anomia, and it actually means something way different than what people take it to be. And the priesthood, the Pharisees, they added heaps upon heaps of different laws that were not of God's character. They wanted to, after Jesus had healed a man's blindness, the first thing the Pharisee did, why are you carrying a mat on the Sabbath? That's not in God's character, but they had added extra things. They made new definitions of sin, which is, by the way, the modern version of sin is like, oh, you're driving your car too much. Oh, you're doing this too much. We have Pharisees all over the place who take on spiritual authority, invent and add aspects to God's character that is not there, misrepresenting him, causing others to look aghast and disgust at like, oh, why would I even want to follow this God?
Okay, what is the value? Like, what is I guess because like I have zero interest in ever becoming a believer in CNN. I have zero interest in ever becoming a believer in Fox. What would make me a skeptic want to like what's in it for me, I guess is what I should say. Is it what's in it for me if there's no penalty for not believing, what's the point of believing?
Well, it's not that there's no penalty for not believing, it's that Christ is the one who will assess people in that. So what you call like, oh, I don't believe in, so I don't know your entire life. I don't know your future either. I don't know if like what you've been through. I don't know what will happen in your life. I'm not here to say, oh, this is what's going to happen to you. That's not me. But it's not about adhering to a doctrine or stuff. It's about like, do you actually like the creator of heaven and earth? The entire great controversy is about misrepresenting God's character. Very first propaganda were ever forged. But yea, hath God really said, if you follow me, your eyes will be opened and you will become as God? Like, that is actually and it's the same lie repeated to this very day. In fact, when Eve said, oh no, I can't eat it, we'll die. You will not die. You'll surely not die, right? And today, people think that when you die, oh no, your spirit moves on. And you either go to purgatory or you float around kind of business, or maybe you go up to heaven, you go to pearly gates and also none of that. Right? It's the same lie. Or reincarnation. It's the same serpent lie told, oh, you shall surely not die. When you die, you don't really die. Something else happens, actually. Your spirit floats around. Maybe you are reincarnated as a grasshopper or something like that, right?
Well, wait, you mentioned necromancy.
Right. All of these different...
You mentioned necromancy earlier. And, for a little while, I mean, I was I was a 92 Mike in the Army, which is mortuary affairs. And then I went into the civilians. I became a decedent transporter for the state morgue, where I would transport bodies from crashes, suicides, homicides. And then I was an embalmer at an embalming center where I did the preparation for cremation, embalmings, funeral direction, assistance, etc. So I spent a lot of time around, the dead, and I thought about death quite a bit back then. And I was always, wondering about this question, like, what happens when you die? Do you lurk around? Is there some kind of afterlife evidence? And I had what I would consider to be communication with a recently deceased in a very specific way through the medium of synchronicity that was witnessed by others that I cannot just dismiss. And I could explain it really quick. And I'll see what you think this is, what your take on this is, because I was after I prevented that person from overdosing on Ambien, he was supposed to be on a 30-day hold, and his parents pulled him out after 2 weeks. And I wasn't happy about it, because when somebody is that close to taking their own lives, they need to be completely kept away from any kind of things where they could endanger themselves. So I thought it was a bad idea. And I was driving around with them, and I remember the street, we're crossing this train track, and there's this new song on by Metallica on the radio. It's called Cyanide. And he says, this is the song, the chorus says, suicide. I've already died. It's just the funeral I'm waiting for. And so he sings along with it. And I turned off the radio and I said, your doctor said no suicidal ideation. Because that was something that had been a problem. Talking about suicide, joking about it, thinking about it, not even supposed to do that. So I turned off the song, and the lyrics again said, suicide, I've already died. It's the funeral I'm waiting for. So then a week later, I'm at his apartment cleaning up the blood because he had taken his life. And two of his friends had joined me, and we're cleaning up the mess. And his radio was still on, 94 Rock, but it was static. So we just had this like static white noise in the background as we're cleaning up the mess. And we're talking about the funeral that we're waiting for. All of a sudden, the radio station picked up, and it played that exact song on that exact chorus. Suicide, I've already died. It's the funeral I'm waiting for. And it literally turned on, and we all heard that. They didn't know the significance of those words, but I did. And I took that as a sign, as a communication from this recently deceased person, as some kind of a joke, as some sort of a communication to me that, I did this. I'm gone. I'm still here though. But that was just one example of multiple forms of. And here's the thing too. My intuition. I would call these almost like a bond. Like you can have like an emotional bond, but I think there's this like spiritual bond you can have with some people. But like my intuition is what had me recognize that he was in danger when the Ambien thing happened. And I think that intuitive link, it didn't end when he died. I still felt like there was a presence there. And so when I'm cleaning up the scene and that song comes on, I could only interpret that as direct communication from a recently deceased. What do you make of that?
So you may not like to hear my take, but I'll go with what Solomon had said. The living know they shall die, but the dead know not anything. A living dog is better than a dead lion. David had talked about in the grave, who will praise you, Father? Like what the way the Christian take is that when someone's dead, they're just dead until they're raised from the dead. Lazarus, for example, he was out for that time and then raised from the dead by Jesus. Right? He wasn't in purgatory. He wasn't in Abraham's bosom, as others say. He was just out. And this is a resurrection is something that so many philosophies and have spiritualized, mystified, turned it into a symbolic representation. The phoenix, even, it's a great example. The literal take of a bodily resurrection is the antidote to the mysticism of the corporeal hell. The underworld, and purgatory and all, pearly gates, all the pop culture views and stuff. It really is as it perceives. So when you said this example, I'm not denying that example, but I do want you to consider if there are spiritual entities like fallen angels who don't age, who don't need to sleep or eat, and are observing us from from an angle that none of us can perceive with our senses. If they observe these kinds of things, could it be possible for them to play spiritual pranks that manifest the physical to mislead people in a direction, much like Witch of Endor summoning,
Okay,
Samuel,
well, look,
that wasn't really Samuel.
But here's another thing too, because I was talking recently with a hospice nurse after a family member had passed, and this person had explained to me that a very common occurrence after a death is that people get some kind of closure through communication, through some kind of synchronicity, that it's actually very common. And so I can't just categorically say none of them were in communication with the deceased. I think that maybe it's outside of the biblical paradigm, but I do think it exists. And I have other examples that I just can't readily dismiss. I mean, for example, another one that's connected to this is as we're getting ready for this event, this funeral event, I was noting, and this is just weird, this truck drives by me, and it's like a landscaper, all kinds of shovels. I look at the newspaper, and they're doing construction in this freeway, and it has all these construction workers with shovels. I kept seeing shovels, like just weirdly. And as I'm making arrangements for this whole thing, and we had a plot that was selected in this old cemetery that we had already owned, the family had already owned. And the funeral director was like, hey, we can't fit the tractor to dig the grave. So I'm going to leave you the keys. You're going to go to the shed, and there's a bunch of shovels. You're going to have to dig it. And so it was like sort of like this impromptu reunion between myself and a few others who all came together for this event where we had to spend the day digging a grave together. Now, the shovels were foreshadowed before we even knew that we were all going to be spending the next day holding shovels. And so there was about a week straight where I was consistently having intimations and intuitions about what was about to happen, as though I was being directed or communicated to by the recently departed. And I have others who have mentioned similar things that are just somewhat uncanny. And so I'm not inclined to think that fallen angels are giving people closure for dead loved ones, but rather, I don't think that when we die, we die. And I think that the communication that you have, the intuition, the links that you have that transcend the flesh, the intuitive, the soul bonds, I think those continue even after the person passes physically. Like they dial out on some level, but they're still here. That it's almost like a wavelength shift or something. But I got the idea. And something else too. Even before I knew that this person had passed, I was already seeing signs of it. As in, I knew what I was going to see before I even went over there. And I could describe these at length. I wrote them down at the time. But my point of it is that I wasn't alone in this. And having spoken to others, I find a lot of people talk about this belief in the persistence of life after death. And I do believe in it, but it's not a matter of faith. I actually think that I have a fairly good basis of knowledge that death is a hoax, as far as biological death being the be-all, end-all.
Well, I would say that, we said when someone passes the physical realm, the mortal coil, if you will, it seems as though their character or attributes of them continues to exist in the spiritual. And I agree, but not the person. Memories of that person paced by entities that would then imitate them. You want to talk about thespians on the world stage? There is such a thing as spiritual thespians that don't die, that have lived for thousands of years without eating or sleeping, pacing people, matching their voices, seeing their character. This is why spirit channelers, when they claim to channel the spirit of either ascended master or a historical figure, the uncanniness of how accurately they represent the person, sometimes going as far as speaking in other languages that they themselves don't even know. This is how it's accomplished. The spiritual veil, like the veil that's over us in this mortal coil, covers the spiritual, and it is real. It's an invisible war.
Are they
I
bad?
just want you to know that what you are just.
But like what my question is like, okay, I know someone whose mother recently passed, and they were taking care of them, and just it was like a long time hospice situation. And after the fact, at one night after the turmoil of the passing and all this stuff, she called to tell me that she literally heard her mother's voice say, "I am home," and she felt some relief from that. Now, am I to believe, or that it's more likely that this was some evil entity playing a trick to make her feel good, or that it was some legitimate contact from a non-corporeal, recently deceased person? And in this case, like I can't see how this would make
Both
sense.
are equally supernatural. Both are equally supernatural. I think we can agree on that. We're discounting that she just had a false hearing. Both what I'm describing, what you're describing, both of them are supernatural, beyond our senses.
Yeah, both are supernatural, but I think we are supernatural is what I'm saying. That in the sense that we are, I would argue that intuition, synchronicity, precognition, telepathy, all of these point to we are more than the sum total of our physical parts, that there is some part of us that transcends time, space, and that part of us exists beyond our physical body. Like, again, back to the Anubis wing, the heart, and the feather. I think that the physical may die and be consumed by the earth and decompose, but the non-corporeal part, the ghost in the machine, continues. And based on personal experiences with it, I'm inclined to think that death is merely a stage, but that it's not the end. And I don't think you automatically go to, quote, heaven or automatically go to hell. And I don't necessarily...
Yeah, neither do I.
So I don't know how long somebody sticks around. I don't know the whole... I mean, I've actually read books on necromancy and various theories on it. It's all very interesting, but I don't think that my experiences can be put within the Christianity box. And that's always been a problem for me. And I'm researching stuff. Like recently, I've been checking out various pagan groups. I kind of got involved with the Coven just to study the stuff deeper. And none of these things that I'm learning are contained within this biblical paradigm. And so I have to look outside of it.
So what you call the Christian box is pop Christianity. It's not scriptural, because there are actual, very clear explanations for these in type, in stories, all throughout the scriptures. I think I'd mentioned to you briefly, what is it, Elijah and the prophets of Baal. And that's the secular explanation. There is there's such a thing as spiritual psyops, and precognition, synchronicities and stuff are alternate explanations, right, for spiritual phenomenon. The Christian explanation for the spiritual phenomenon is very unsatisfying and completely distorted by our cultural handlers, by programming, and all outright misrepresentations of it. I think it's fascinating to imagine that, it's only being done in the material. Much more real explanation is that we're dealing with enemies that have lived for thousands of years. Like when you think about how intelligent someone has been getting through a PhD, living 80 years of their life, 70 years of their life in schooling, and so that, but what about someone living 700 years, 800 years, thousands years, thousands?
Well, what would be the motivation?
The very inception of
what would be the motivation of entities masquerading as loved ones to give people comfort? I mean, that's better than what funeral directors can do. It's like counseling.
Well,
like
it's a narcissist. It's the same. It's what narcissists do: charm to harm.
Well,
Charm to harm.
It doesn't harm if it provides. But what I'm saying is, like, what's the harm in providing peace of mind and a sense of continuity?
Phase. I'm saying that's the charm phase. They, if you will, can spiritually gain your trust with examples. What is it? The god of this world, which is Satan, by the way, Lucifer, he can prosper those who obey and do him, and also destroy them. He's the foolish shepherd. He's a narcissistic shepherd, if you will, who will prosper you at some times and then tear you down the moment it's advantageous for his greater agenda. And all these entities, you have to understand, the worship they receive, it allows them to exert more influence in the material. And this is expressed, of course, in other egregores, thought forms. All of these ideas, louche, which I find demiurge. If you notice that, archons, demiurge, louche, all of these things are perversions of the actual reality that are laid out in the scriptures, but are then given, coincidentally, a spiritualized, symbolic explanation for all the most important truths about God actually having a son, his resurrection being bodily, that, the living know they shall die, but the dead know not anything. That death is literal.
I think
real.
that's wrong. I have to disagree that the dead are okay. So after this event, the landlord, after I cleaned up the mess, the landlord hit me up and she's like, he's not really dead. He's just asleep. But that when the end times come, everybody's going to rise from the dead. And she told me, she said, if you join us, you will not have to pass through the veil of death, and you will see all your loved ones come back to life. And so immediately in the aftermath of this horrible suicide, I was some Jehovah's Witness landlord tried to recruit me, and I went to her house and I looked around and stuff, and I just got this feeling that they were taking advantage of me at this point where maybe I'm looking for answers and they supply the answers, and their answers were all wrong or misleading me or getting me into a cult, and I pulled away from it.
Get me.
But I'm just saying,
in the same way you've done a deep dive into Scientology, I've done a deep dive into Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons. They are fascinating people. And by the way, they have the same Adventist view that when someone's dead, they're just dead. But Jehovah's Witnesses are controlled opposition of the Seventh-day Adventists. It's so funny. Well, it's so funny. But I know they are. What is it? The God I worship doesn't deal in spiritual extortion. Worship me or you go to hell. That's ridiculous. That's not the God that I worship, and that's not Christ's character.
I think,
living God.
The scriptures you talk about,
love him for what he is.
How are the scriptures you talk about any different from the metascript? What if it's all just a fictional universe construct for the priesthood to control the sheeple? I would need evidence that it's more than that.
That's what the metascriptors are using. So you're an artist, right? I've seen you draw. By the way, I draw too. I used to do figure drawing as well. Reference. When you're looking at reference, especially if you go to live figure drawing sessions, seeing live reference is great inspiration for creating art. But it's still there. The reality is still there, even when you reproduce it in a sketch or a story and such. What you're saying is our metascriptors using the scriptures as a reference and stuff. That is not in any way a discount of the authenticity or the legitimacy of what the scriptures originally testify. People conflate the two, disproving the Gnostic Christ or showing the similarities between the Son, S-U-N, of God, and the S-O-N of God, and the Phoenix imagery of the Phoenix resurrection. So you're not disproving what's in the original historical record. What you're doing is disproving an artist representation of it, the worst kind, by the way. Like the Medici family came to, commissioning Da Vinci to create the Last Supper. Yeah, the Last Supper painting, Jesus is dressed in red and blue, long hair, all these stuff, in what looks like a castle and stuff. That's not at all what's described in the Gospels. Okay, people have been given through their senses and throughout pop culture a completely twisted version, which is contrary to the scriptures. Because we began our conversation with controlled opposition, right? When there's controlled opposition, it's whoa, what is it misrepresenting? It's controlled opposition. Well, what is the opposition to? Why is it controlled? Why was it erected in the first place? And what is it distorting and twisting? And what I found in many truthers, many conspiracy-minded people who reject what the scriptures say, they don't even know what they're rejecting. They really don't. And I'm glad that you had admitted it before. You said you don't have enough knowledge of the scriptures. But I do want you to know that the bodily resurrection, it's a stumbling block for a lot of people. Apostle Paul talked about this to the Greeks. It was foolishness, the idea of someone being raised bodily from the dead. And that's why I wish, and I'm glad that you're humble about it. You say, I just don't know that much. If you do, just tell me. I think the idea of a physical bodily resurrection is foolishness. That's fine. I have no problem with that. And I'm friends with people of all different faiths and persuasions who do tell me, oh, you have such a backwards, old-fashioned view. You think it's literal. Obviously, it represents incarnation or a whole new view of you're resurrecting your psyche. You're resurrecting different aspects of your personality. And I'm fine. I'm friends with them. It's because they think it's foolishness. Right? That's consistent. That's biblical. Right? So much of the stuff that we see around us, if the scriptures are in fact false, it's validated by all of the warnings it has manifesting around us, and not the, oh, you must obey me or you're going to hell, or, oh, you have to do this, or God's going to send another flood, even though he promised he never would, and that's what the rainbow is for. All of these pop culture views of the scriptures are not its reality. And
will there ever be
proving that? Will
there ever be a denomination that has it right? Like, will it ever be taught properly? Or will there ever be like some sort of a, like, what is the closest religion to being right? Like, is there a religion that you could?
I'll tell you. Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. What's recorded in the Gospels, and in the book of Acts, that the Apostle Peter raised people from the dead. They were going about doing so, and then all of a sudden it kind of goes away. What happened to the pillars of fire? What happened to all the amazing stuff that's described?
What about Simon? Simon the Magus. Remember Simon the Magus levitating?
Simon Magus, yeah. Well, I mean, that's not, it didn't say that he would levitate, but he actually was baptized into the church and tried to purchase the Holy Spirit from Peter. So him levitating is not in the book of Acts, but there's an example early on of someone who is if you will, someone who had worldly wisdom, who thought that they could just enter the church by being baptized and thought he could purchase the Holy Spirit.
Simony, selling salvation, but didn't Simon and Peter have a levitation contest?
That's not in the scriptures. It might be in an extra biblical. It might be in an apocryphal text. But no, not that I know.
So that's what I mean. It's like I think somebody needs to write a new Bible. Somebody needs to just put down only the stuff that's real, eliminate the rest, and then start a church and then come up with a name for it. Because right now,
I recommend it. It's called the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
The Mormons have it, you think?
Yeah. Well, they're going to be manifest. It's validated by your senses. False religion is always validated by your senses. And let me tell you, if you ever get a chance to read the Book of Mormon, very easy to see why so many people are converting to it.
Oh, no. I was married to a Mormon when I was in the Army, and I went to Mormon Mass, and I learned quite a bit. And I considered it to be sort of like a Masonic Christianity. I was kind of surprised because I went to a service in Portland at this big Mormon church, and I remember how it reminded me of the Catholic ceremony without a lot of the overt symbolism. They had sort of a communion, but it was like a cup of water instead of wine, and I think it might have been a piece of bread. And then I was told about the elders, and then you had the Masonic underwear, and Joseph Smith, of course, was a Mason. So I always thought Mormonism was kind of like Masonic Christianity, kind of a fusion.
Did you get married? Did you get married at a temple? Because there's a difference between Mormon temples and churches, right?
No, she was not excommunicated, but I met her in the military. Out of all of her family, she was what was the term? Her brothers are more missionaries, but she was a klepto, drug user. So she wasn't in good standing with the elders, and she was under some kind of observation, and she wasn't like a practicing. But I tried to read the Book of Mormon, and of course, my mother-in-law at the time was obsessed with Native Americans and genealogy. She asked for my family tree so that she could retro-baptize my dead relatives. And so I remember the Mass itself, though, was almost just a series of testimonials about how people converted to Mormonism. But I didn't get too deep into it other than just to look at it as it's a very
well, I will say
very
it is
cohesive. Yeah, it is Masonic, but it's like the community is really nice.
Yeah, and there's such a thing as false charity and false goodness and all those things. But the most important thing I want you to know is why do I study Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons? It's not to be like, aha, they're so wrong. Look at how false they are. No, it's because I believe that there is a spiritual war. And I want you to know that, like the Masonic underwear, the talisman, it's like the spiritual entity is like, whoa, friendly fire. Whoa. Let's not, There's an example in the scriptures where Christ had cast out demons from someone, and the Pharisees said, oh, he cast out demons in the name of Beelzebub. And Christ said, if I do that, right, in the name of Beelzebub, then I hope you realize that who then do you cast demons out? What Jesus basically explained was an example of a spiritual false flag. And I want you to know that does occur. There's such a thing as like people who are actually demon possessed, and you can cast out demons in the name of other demons, right? Satan's
Could I
kingdom
be
is divided.
Could I be possessed by a demon? Like, what caused the Eye of Horus mosaic to fall on my head when I'm reaching for this Masonic book of light? What caused me to feel like this person's dying and I need to intervene? Like, is there some kind of like, I thought, my thinking on it still is that it's it's the lunar side, it's the dark side. It's the side that is not under conscious control, but in communication. So I always thought it was just an extension of myself, that we're blinkered. Like, for example, from going into pure spirit into flesh, you're already being condensed. So you're a reduced version of yourself. Like if you're playing a video game, the character in the game isn't you. It's a very limited version in a limited universe. You, playing the game, have a lot more options and you live in a much more expansive world. So there's like this attenuation as you go into the flesh. And I think that the transcendental, the psychic phenomenon, etc., are examples of, or instances of communication from this higher aspect of oneself, not necessarily from, quote, demons or entities. However, in your interpretation of it, do you think it's more likely that I'm dealing with entities, that I'm like demon infested, or that I am in fact communicating with my higher self?
I think for me, the main takeaway is how you told me it never directed you towards the scriptures or the Son of God. So that's a big tell for me. Much like you can tell controlled opposition on the world stage when they never call it media fakery. For me, supernatural. And, I love this, the New Agers, they always talk about the spiritual ascended masters that they channel. It's incredible. I've read some of their testimonies. I've watched videos of it. You love it, right? You love to see it. We're channeling this ascended master, and they've lived for all these, they've ascended, and they've done all this stuff. By the way, the Bible, it's not really true. You can't take it. What is it, the books of Seth? Have you heard of those? The Seth books and others?
Oh, yeah. In fact, the Seth Speaks. The Seth Speaks channeled books, very hard to take that stuff seriously.
Open it up, the PDF, Control F the word Luke. You'll find, here's the spiritual entity, or rather an ascended master that's gone beyond and stuff. And it has something to say about the Bible. Imagine you're a spiritual entity that human beings, Earth is a speck of dust, we're nothing and stuff. Why is one of the first things you talk about on the Bible God, like the Son of God? Right? It's kind of weird. Like, whoa, what? Wouldn't it be just an insignificant fan fiction story that people made up? It wouldn't even be worth your time. I'm like, oh, that's interesting, right? So in the same way you call out controlled opposition by immediately saying, oh, they still think people died at this event and stuff like that. That's, I will say as a Christian, you can start to identify the motives of spiritual phenomenon and go, okay, this is clearly not going in the right direction. And I know it seems oversimplistic because, no doubt you see these Baptists who are screaming, you're going to go to hell, the fags are burning in hell, and they say all the worst things ever. I just want you to know I'm not in that class of people, and they are the false representation of the truth. But
yeah,
I
get
think
it.
It's more likely that it's
there's
because it's external. I still think it's more likely than mine because it's external. Something externally happened to you. The book fell on you. Right? And if it's all self-referential and people are all mindless sheeps who haven't tapped into this inner potential, it's a total discount of intelligences that exist beyond our senses.
Right. Well, this is fascinating to talk about, and I'm always open to talk about this stuff. I'm, as a non-believer, but as an experiencer in what I consider to be spiritual, I find these things to be very interesting. I think I've strayed away from religious paradigms because I felt like they've always put blinders or blinkers or roadblocks ahead of finding information. And my experiences are outside of any religious paradigm. And as I've been a seeker, I've been looking at this stuff. Like I said, I joined the Lima before the military. I joined the Masons. I joined Scientology. I joined Kabbalistic groups. I joined covens. And all of it was in the spirit of understanding firsthand what this place is. And it was never about joining a cult or a club because I want some ideology or church to belong to or community, but it was always about a genuine seeking after information. Like I read Dianetics, and I find a lot of it to be interesting, and some of it's actually useful. Yeah. I mean, Dianetics, which...
by the way, if you're interested, CMU, there was a court case. I'll send you the link to it. OT level 8. I forgot what level, but there was a court case where through a subpoena, you actually got the highest level that L. Ron Hubbard had written before he died, in typewriter, typos and all. And one of the last things L. Ron Hubbard wrote is that Jesus was a pedophile who touched young boys. You can find it. It's on. I'll send you the link to it. This is in a court case, evidence in a court. It's incredible. And he said, of course, by the way, that Jesus was a pedophile who touched young boys. And that, by the way, the Bible, it's a bunch of, what's it called? Martian, I forgot the name of the
that's right. That's right. He said it was ancient Martian Scientology tech that had been reverse engineered. He called it, God, that's right. I have read that. L. Ron Hubbard was hilarious. I mean,
but I just want you to know, this is where, if it is truly just a metascript, what is it? A metascript, maybe the entire Bible is a metascript. Why is it constantly? Why does it make people see? Why does it make people so mad? Why is it just saying?
Okay, well, on the same token, though,
immediately cause the chat.
Okay,
to go the way they do.
How often has the Bible been spread by force? Like, for example,
no, it's not the Bible. The Bible was not spread by force.
Okay, Christianity. Okay. For example, forced conversion to Christianity.
I want you to. People were burned at the stake for translating. Like Wycliffe was burned at the stake. Hus and Jerome were killed for translating the Bible. For reading, people were. Millions of people were put to death for committing no greater sin than reading the Bible in their own tongue. So I don't think, if you want to call Catholicism, how many people? Yeah. Jesus, he said, bless those who curse you. Right? That's not the character of Christ. How many people did Christ send to the rack, or the torture chamber, for rejecting him to be the Son of God?
Yeah. Okay. I guess my question. Okay. So I get that. I guess the question I'm bringing up here is that a lot of people became it not because it was compelling, but because they were born into it. Sort of like I talk about how you have the programmed, the programmers, and that there are no unprogrammed because you're born into a program, you're born into a worldview. And so I look at it as a lot of people are just born into a worldview where these things are just accepted. Like when you say God, your base presumption is that you're referring to the God from that Bible that came from this source.
Title. Yeah.
Right, but in no way when you say God, we're not in any way mistaking what you're saying for any other God than the one in that one book. So like there's like sort of like the word itself, it's implied it's coming from this one source. But there are many people who haven't ever heard of it. I mean, there are religions that are completely divorced from it. And so like they're all just considered to be wrong. And I've always had an issue with that as well. That's why I make the distinction between religion and spirituality.
What I find incredible is that you say that you don't find Jesus to be a very compelling teacher. I think he's the greatest teacher ever. And the parables he told were so amazing. He used the image consistently of a vineyard to represent, and that's also in the Old Testament as well, to represent churches or a body of believers. And, vineyard can produce, wine, and unfermented wine is actually healthy and nourishing, but fermented wine makes you sick and drunk. And what it is, if a vineyard represents a church, then the wine it produces are its doctrines or teachings. And you find in Jeremiah, the Old Testament, prophetic visions, and in the New Testament, that the whole world is drunk on the wine of Babylon. And Babylon represents the union of religion and state, the Tower of Babel. That Babel is the root word for Babylon, by the way. Confusion, right? In Leviticus, it says for a woman to lie with a beast, it is confusion, Babylon, right? And then in Revelation, you see a woman riding on top of a beast. For a woman to sleep with a beast, it's confused. And women represent religious bodies. Beasts represent political entities. The union of these two is what is in her cup. The filthiness of her fornication is in her cup, and the wine of that, all the nations are drunk with it. That's why you have theocracies everywhere. And that's why you have the Islamic caliphates. That's why you've had your Egyptian theocracies. You've had the Medes and the Persians. You've had all manner of mythologies. This is why even Rome had the College of the Priests. This is why Julius Caesar was Pontifex Maximus before he became, if you will, brought in the era of emperors. It's for me, it's such an explanatory series of teachings, have practical application, that I encourage you to actually look at what Jesus was teaching, not just what you hear in Catholic Mass. What is it? Behold the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world. Like you know what I mean? You hear it over and over and over again, like a mantra. and then you hear like everyone says the Lord's Prayer like a mantra, even though the very previous verse right before it, he says, "Do not use vain repetitions as the heathen do, for they think they shall be heard for their much speaking." Literally, 2 verses before Lord's Prayer.
Well, I can't. Like I said though, I don't have the right framework mentally to believe in a worldview. I can't. I'm not a believer. I have to be a knower, and that's probably a curse.
No, I'm yeah, and
look, it's never going to change. I don't see. Here's the thing. I don't believe that there are any knowers in the literal sense of the word
what
knowing.
I will tell you,
like for example,
you've identified the stage and you've identified the actors. I've identified the themes. Like, what is the actual controversy? What's the actual story being told? That's the only difference. And I encourage you to look at what is that great controversy. What is the story that is being told in the fractal stage play that we live in? There's stage plays within stage plays. Every single person fluctuates between genres. All of them overlap sometimes. What is it that our world handler, what is that stage play they're trying to tell? Which propaganda is better?
I have an off-world stage perspective, and I have an extra biblical perspective. And when I say biblical, I mean extra holy book. Like I don't believe that there's any holy book that I can look at for truth. I think the truth, whatever I'm trying to discover in this life, I'm going to have to understand it for myself. I'm not going to outsource perception. I'm not going to trust these people who wrote this book that it happened as they said. I don't trust the news. I don't trust the history. I'm not going to trust any.
You read Dianetics. So you still went into Dianetics, and by the way, I read it as well. I find it fascinating, the therapy techniques for engrams. It's actually, I wonder if there's something to that. Constantly reviewing a traumatic event, if that is a way of easing it, could be something to that. But more than that, you actually read Dianetics. You rejected the South Park, view, or the pop call. Oh my God, they believe in Xenu. Oh, like all that. It's like, let's actually look. Let's give it a fair shake.
I gave it a fair shake, and it's a paradigm for control based on the concept of sin and sinners being rather the saved and the unsaved and the priesthood. It's Scientology and Catholicism are identical in most respects. You just have an updated science fiction version of it. Like I have looked into it. It's not like I haven't looked. I've been hearing about Jesus my entire life. I've heard many versions of it, and I've never once had any anything to substantiate it. And all I have are conflicting opinions, and everybody says everybody else is doing Jesus wrong. And some people will say that if you say Jesus, you're a Satanist because his real name is Yawahashi or Yeshua. And they get into these name games where it's like, and so who's right? And everybody says everybody else is wrong.
Well, I'll tell you an example. There was a young prince who came to Christ and said, "What must I do to inherit eternal life?" And, the young prince came to Jesus and said, "Good master, what must I do to inherit eternal life?" And Jesus stopped him in his tracks and he said, "Why do you call me good? There is none good but one, that is God." And of course, I hope you know, Christ was not divine. He was divine. Like he was absolutely good. In fact, they had to bring up false witnesses to say Christ was good, so he was divine. But that phrase, people could but contemplate or meditate on the importance of that truth the Son of God uttered. There is none good but God. I tell you, a Hindu, a Muslim who loves his wife, a Hindu who helps someone in need with no expectation to get something for themselves, they are manifesting good. Christ is there. Laughter amongst friends. True goodness, the divine nature of true goodness is there. And in like manner, someone who calls themselves a representative of God and they commit some horrible atrocity when they lie, there is the father of lies. So what you are disproving or what you're defining are what people profess with their lips. But Christ said to the Pharisees, "Yea, did Isaiah prophesy of you, for they honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me." So I encourage you to not try and disprove lips and start examining the heart of God, the heart of the creator of heaven and earth. So you say God, that's just that's just a word. The creator of heaven and earth, the sea and all the fountains of water, who made all things in 6 days and rested on the 7th. That God gave his only begotten Son. And though there are counterfeit imitations that partially represent parts of here and there all throughout history, the single one of them actually is the real McCoy. If
You know,
it's
I was
fascinating.
I was involved in the Masonic group, and I went through the degrees and all this stuff. And one of the reasons I left it is that it was like I have my Masonic Bible right here. I've read it, and I've been around this stuff, and every single Masonic meeting had biblical readings, and they're reading from the Old Testament, the New Testament, and then the Scottish Rite. You're sitting in an auditorium, and you've got 4 to 32, all these degrees, and it's a lot of scenes acted out from the Bible with people in costumes. And one of the reasons why I got away from the Masonic thing is I was just tired of all of the Christian mythology. It never made sense to me. It never resonated. It never struck a chord, and it never had any practical application. It was just...
Of course. What you're telling me fits perfectly into my worldview. Of course, yeah. Masonry, they use biblical mythology and scripture and stuff as decoration. Literally, I forgot what ritual book. They said the Bible is just a piece of decoration, a set piece they use in their Masonic temples. There's a great book by Charles Finney, an amazing... he wrote The Characters and Claims of Freemasonry, and he talks about the Morgan affair, William Morgan. Do you know about that? That happened in upstate New York. It's fascinating. Upstate New York used to be one of the most anti-Masonic states in the country. The first third party in this country was the anti-Masonry party. But Charles Finney was a lawyer and a Mason, and one day he was touched by the true Gospels, true narrative, the true character of Christ. He rescinded his oaths, quit his job, just started preaching, and he even wrote this book called The Characters and Claims Freemasonry. It's from the 1800s. Highly recommend it. He had a deathbed confession from one of the Masons who helped kill William Morgan. And it's amazing. Masons, they say the Morgan affair was a story. That's the new thing. First, they denied it. First, they said, what? Oh, no, we didn't kill William Morgan. What are you talking about? And they said, okay, we did, but he broke his oath. And now they've erected a statue in his honor and say, well, maybe the entire Morgan affair was, an object.
Yeah, that sparked the anti-Masonic movement, and the first third party in America was the anti-Masonic party, and it was inspired by that. I'm familiar with it. But my bigger point here is that I've been inundated with various denominations, interpretations of Christianity and Jesus, even the Thelemite Gnostic concept of Christ, all the sun god stuff. I've encountered all this stuff. But I've never been able to connect with it aesthetically, intellectually, or emotionally. It never really sunk in with me, which is, I think my great grandfather was a Jesuit. A lot of Catholicism, a lot of this stuff has been just saturating my life. I've witnessed schisms in family because one group goes Pentecostal, the other group goes this way. But I've always been a seeker. I've never been a believer, and I will never be a believer.
I noticed in one of your episodes, you'd mentioned the Inciter was inspired by Ignatius of Loyola. I thought that was interesting.
The Jesuit order. So I am never, ever going to convert to a believer. I'm not going to change my operating system. I am never going to do it.
I just want you to know, sure, and you don't have to. I'm not here to convert. I just want you to know that if you ever do, you've taken the off-world stage perspective. I'm telling you, you're in Zion, in the Matrix. Okay, you've not quite pierced through. You're still
No, I don't think
you stepped off.
Look, I think belief.
The peanut gallery.
Okay, to be a believer is to step through the screen. To be a believer is to step through the veil. To be a knower is to lift the veil. I'm interested in lifting the veils, shining a light. I am not interested in confusing myself with the unknowable and then resorting to belief and hope I have the right story. I need direct communication. So if the Bible is
so you
true,
stepped off stage.
I'm off world stage, and I'm outside of I say off world stage perspective, meaning outside the mediated box, and that includes the biblical and the holy books, which are subsets of the mainstream worldview. I don't accept any packaged belief system. I need to know it and experience it.
Well, I'll just say that I'm friends with the one who created the stage. What's incredible is he can give wisdom that about what's going to happen next and stuff without having to wade through secret combinations to try and find it. Though he also tells me to study the secret combinations and look at it.
Well, did he tell you the news was fake? When did that information come to you? Wasn't it more recently? In your life? because it seems like we find the truth
I
by.
was led to your channel. So I was led to your channel, absolutely. But the thing is, I believe there's a positive synchronicity. Because, like I said, you've allowed me to gamify the world scriptures, which is movies, films, video games, music, and stuff like that. And I think that's great. I'm going to use it. But I also want you to know that doesn't brush against my worldview at all. Because I think in one episode you had mentioned, like, oh, why would a Christian ever come here to proselytize and convert? They're not going to get that anywhere here. Besides, they know that they worship the sun god and that, like, their god is. And I was like, oh, like, none of it, mind's not blown, basically. I'm here to acquire, is it knowledge and understanding, but with a lifeline to the creator of all things.
So I don't have that connection. I guess I can say I literally don't have it. But yeah. I've met many people like who've told me. Like, I remember this one individual. He was a conference MC at this flat Earth conference, dome flat earther, and he was telling people there's a dome and they have dome glass to prove it. But he told me that he met Jesus in his dorm room when he was in his 20s, and Jesus told him to quit drinking. Then there's this other guy, his name was Biggs, this prophet, who said that Jesus came to him 8 times and told him Trump was going to get shot and his eardrum was going to be busted. So, like, a lot of people claim to have this direct connection, and it's like, and I can't call them, I can't call them liars.
The prophet of Baal. Yeah. Baal means the Lord, right? So the people of Samaria worship Lord Baal. He's a prophet of Baal, and I've called it out before because he, uncannily described it months in advance. But he also had many false prophecies. But I don't care about the false prophecies. What it says in Deuteronomy is that if there come among you someone who, a dreamer of dreams or a prophet, and gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder come to pass, and they say, "Let us go after other gods," you should not go after or worship that God or that prophet. And you should actually, if you look at it, he's talking about Jesus. Yeah, Tim, in the same way someone called, I'm Tim, and they emailed, Google. So yeah, that's not the same. That's not the true Christ because of the character of Christ. The true creator of heaven and earth would not venerate a thespian that's been lead America to make America great and stuff. The God I worship is above nations, above countries, above the dichotomies that we see absolutely everywhere. And how he's being misrepresented is the reason why I've been getting into media fakery, because I do believe what you saw with Ephesians 6:11, that absurdity, stupidity being used, right? It's only going to get worse.
Oh, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad how they're telling MAGAs that the 6:11 timestamp means that God protected him. And I'm like, well, God didn't protect the firemen. Like, yeah, they're shamelessly appropriating Christian iconography to influence people's political opinions. Like, that is, that's deplorable.
There's going to be even more examples. And this is here, I'm speaking, witnessing on behalf of the Spirit of Christ. There's going to be, literal versions or parts of cherry-picked parts of Revelation that they will claim as a fulfillment of that. The second coming of Christ will be falsified. I think I had sent you that presentation, but basically I described another aspect to the metascript that has been working long before this country even existed. Zionism, British Israelism, and so these ideas have existed for a long time. They are all working towards something. The great work comes after that, but I want you to know this great disgust towards religiosity and stuff will really come to its nadir in World War III, where they're faking what's happening in the Middle East, and people are just going to be so done with Islam, Judaism. We talked about it briefly with Pike's letter to Mazzini. People claim that's a forgery. I don't care if it is or isn't. What's happening, what's described in it is still coming to pass accurately.
Yes, but, the concept of metascript, I think it goes way back.
Society, I want you to know, Rob Skiba was a massive Zionist. What's it called? A Judaizer, as the Apostle Paul describes in Galatians. He's a Judaizer. He was all like, Jews are God's chosen people.
Is that not true?
No, that is not true. Because the God of, if you want to talk about that aspect, he used the people, Abraham's lineage, if you will, as a type. No, he did not So eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which race should I pick? And so, I'll just pick the Jews and stuff. He didn't just pick them; he created them. Like I said before.
So are the
Jews
who think that they're the chosen of God, the people who believe that, are they deceived, or are they deceivers?
Absolutely, they're just as deceived as the Pharisees who had killed Christ. But it's still the Apostle Paul was a Pharisee who had tortured and killed Christians. That's recorded in his epistles. He used to do that. Then on his way to Damascus, Christ had personally visited him, which is an example of you saying, I need a supernatural experience for that. Don't worry. Some of those will be coming with the latter rain, if you will. In proportion to Satan's deceptions, God's not going to give up a fight. There will be things that are about to get biblical, but not in the way you hear it. You hear all these people, things are going to get biblical, and that's in like the MAGA way.
Right. The MAGAs say that a lot. I've been kind of also reticent to attach myself to a religion if I have to accept certain things. Like, for me to accept this is true, I have to reject their views. I have to say these guys are wrong. And there's that old adage, what's the definition of a cult? The church down the street from yours. So the idea that you can just categorically say, okay, all the Muslims are wrong, all the Jews are wrong, all of the Scientologists are wrong.
It's like people, you said low information disbelievers, because everything's fake and stuff like that. Well, again, I've given you an example. I'm not like these magatards who are like, oh, Muhammad was a pedophile. And all like that. No, because in what he dictated, the scriptures he dictated, it's a different God. And the same thing, by the way, with these other scriptures, all of them that claim to be pointing or worshiping to the same God. It's like, it's not the character. And I can give specific examples. So if someone was pretending to be you, them, right, in comment section, maybe they made a false account version of you. They say, actually, Bible flat earthers, they're onto something and stuff. Because I know who you are and I've watched enough of your episodes and we've had this conversation, I'd be like, yeah, I think that's a fake account pretending to be. Maybe you might even have like an AI that could be trained on all of your written comments and maybe your voice and stuff. I just feel like if they know who you really are, such a deception wouldn't work. And in like manner, right, if you truly know God and his son, all these false versions or religions that claim to do it, they'll be able to identify it without doing Bible studies, using verses like bullets and a gun.
I can say this.
Like, no, this is not the character.
If I did believe it, if I became a believer, I would talk about it nonstop. I would not even care about the news or the movies. If I could be convinced that Jesus was real and that the Bible's version is true. If I were convinced of it, nothing else, everything would pale by comparison, to be quite honest. Nothing else would be as significant. I would probably be a preacher.
But here's the thing, is that Christ met people where they are. And in the kingdom, there was Obadiah, who was a political advisor to was a King Ahab. There was a homeless man, Ezekiel. There is the Matthew, the tax collector. There was Luke, the doctor. There was Paul, a Pharisee, a learned Pharisee. There were fishermen like John and Thomas, etc. And by the way, Thomas of Didymus, barely mentioned at all in the scriptures. He has like 2 lines in the Gospel of John, but there's a whole mythology about like the double cross and like the twin. Yes, Thomas means twin and stuff. But basically, I want you to know, all of these misrepresentations, they always take one little drop, one verse or something, and create a whole mythology out of it in an apocryphal text. And then people are misled down that line if you actually stay true to the character of God. All right, so Zionism. Jews are God's true chosen people, and they need to go back to this land of Israel. Okay, the problem I have with that, Tim, I'm not going to go to the verses to prove why that's wrong. What kind of a God would do that? What kind of a bloodthirsty real estate agent wants to make sure that everyone needs to adhere and pay special attention to this specific genealogical lineage, and they need to be in this location? That's a small God. I don't want to worship a God like that, right? Good news, that actually isn't the God of the Bible. So, and the controlled opposition, it's built into the metascript. So, yeah, I just want you to know that. It's like once you come to know the kind of teacher that Jesus is, you say you want these immediate signs, these immediate synchronicities. I want you to know the God that I serve answers to prayers and manifest far greater than you can ever imagine. And sometimes it talks about a trajectory of your life, not a minor little, oh, I shuffled some cards and the right order of them came in the way I wanted to see. I'm talking whole new peoples, whole new experiences will completely alter your life experience because you're in a different kingdom, spiritually speaking.
Very, very interesting. Well, again, if I have that experience, I'll have that experience. And if I do, let's say I do, everything else would pale by comparison and I'd become a full-time preacher. Because I can't imagine anything more significant than directly knowing the creator of the universe on a personal way and actually believing it and knowing it, etc. I don't know God in that sense, nor do I believe in it in that sense. I only know what I've experienced, and it doesn't comport to any religious paradigm. I'm glad to know that it's not biblical that I'm condemned for my non-belief. I'm glad to know, because that's a very toxic idea that's out there, and it is a misrepresentation and a straw man that turns people off of the topic itself, because nobody wants to be told that
it leads people to kill others in the name of Jesus, which is insane.
Insanity. So many straw men, no need for that. So I'm glad you're here to clarify, and there's a lot of people listening, so hopefully people got a lot out of this talk, and and clarity on some things, even on things we don't agree with, different explanations for phenomenon, all very interesting. So thank you for taking the time and answering all of my questions thoroughly.
No, thank you for letting me take up your entire show. And yeah, it's just another perspective. And I really appreciate that in the IPS, it's about different perspectives because there's multiple angles to this massive stage play we're in. And yeah, I just provide an angle, like the Zionist angle.
It just so happened today in my notes that I wanted to talk about the difference between mainstream religion, low information belief, and the counterpart alternative religion or individuals who've determined their own way of looking at things in contradiction to the establishment. And you don't have the establishment big religious framework, but you have very nuanced perspectives on it. So I was actually looking to talk about this tonight. It was in my notes. So thank you for taking the time.
Worked out perfectly then. You see, I was directed by, one of the good entities who saw your notes. I was like, okay, put aside whatever you need to be doing right now. Talk for 2.5 hours with Tim Osmond. I'm like, I'm doing it, but it wasn't in a direct way like that. I felt moved to call you tonight, even with your conversation with the fakeologist. But thanks for having me on. We'll be in touch for sure. And I have to see what everyone's saying in chat. I didn't have it open. So. Okay,
yeah, there's a lot of people appreciate what you said. For example. Well, you'll see there's a lot of great comments. A lot of people, I think, there's so many comments here. It's like, I think we had crossed 200 comments. So anyway, let's see. Erastus Turnipspeed says, this is one of the more interesting conversations I've heard lately. Okay, well, anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate the time, and have a great evening.
Yeah, you too, man.
All right, I have to get out of here. I'm a little late for my Uber appointment. No big deal. But I wanted to follow through with that conversation because religion, spirituality are two different things. And one thing I learned by getting online into this area of discourse is that there is no monolith when it comes to like Christianity. You can't just monolithically say it's all the same and they all agree these things. There's too much nuance. And I tend not to put a lot of stock in the mainstream views that are just sort of lack nuance and just have a basic generic framework. It's very MSME. So I like to hear people with deeper takes on it. And I'm also interested in scripture as it relates to metascript and worldview monopolies, whether it's mainstream or a holy book. I think these are all interesting. And I also am interested in the dynamic between the priesthood and the masses and how the priesthood serves as gatekeepers, as initiates and knowers over the believers when it comes to the inner mysteries, which is a huge structure, a very common and huge part of the structure is this dynamic that for you to have knowledge, you have to go through this person. And I get the idea that a lot of people who lean towards spirituality over religion tend to think that we got to look higher than just man or man's interpretation. And interpretation is mediation. And mediation is something that we have to take skeptically. And I am a skeptic. Like I said, I auto-hoax death itself. Yeah, tomorrow should be interesting. 5th of November. We glossed over that earlier. So we'll be live tomorrow, off and on all day, because I think it's going to be interesting. Looking forward to whatever's going to happen. Is there going to be a flood? Is there going to be a nuke? Is there going to be a digital nuke? Disease X? Civil war? Space station falls, gets impaled on the Space Needle. Who knows what's going to happen? Maybe the storm's finally going to happen that Q's prophesized. I highly doubt it. But anyway, we'll talk about this tomorrow. So thanks again, all the chat, and thanks to the caller. This is Chief Crow, Auto Hoax or GTFO.